Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Hello, Pixels, Flame, Daedalus, Andrea. Hello, hello, hello. Gosh, what I've been missing with all this time with dude, Frank Your Face is really awesome. Like, I think quite a few channels use it. I don't know many that do not. But welcome on in, everybody. Let me get my face tracking set up because that is the one thing I always forget. You think I'd remember after being a VTuber for like fucking X amount of years that I'd remember my face tracking, but I never do. I never do. Boop, 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 boop. I just forgot to change my model because I was still on Goblin model from Saturday. Alright, BLT, come on in here. BLT holding BLT, being cute as BLT. Alrighty. I can do my hair how, like, well, my hair is kind of not like this because I braided my pigtails, but same for different. Let me see. Are we connected? We are connected USB. But something worries me because there was already lag. Wi-Fi. Hopefully it'll be okay. Alrighty. Hope you're all having a wonderful start to your Monday. We're gonna get into it. My thing is Yup. Oh, there's a spoon. It's very screaming to the void kind of day. That is fair. So every time you yawn, you just gotta yell. I am looking for a thing that I cannot find. Ah, there it is. Twitch request. There you go. I just wanted to refresh that because I was not happy with me. I don't know. I'm about to not be happy with my face tracking today if it doesn't want to fix. Let's change it to this one. Even though it's technically slower. Wait, did it change? I feel like it didn't change. Whoops, I just turned it off. Bruh. Hi, Vexed. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Why is my Wi-Fi on my phone being weird? Unable. What? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Vibing? Starting my day out with a vibe? What do you mean you're not connecting? Okay, so you went back to the old one. Song is bigger, and I'm honestly surprised it's not in my algo yet. That's fair. It's fair. It's a really good song. Even the song request. How is classes? How are classes today? Hope your classes are going well. Hello, Lady Ace. Welcome. Oh, because my phone is being a goober. Welcome on in, Lady Ace. All right, there we go. All righty. I hope everyone's having a good one. I bonked the goober. I'm ready for the bonkers. I'm ready for the bonkers. Okay. Close those groups. Everything. I think, yeah, we posted that. Good. I had an online class, but it was super boring because we were going over like the gender bread man. Like, I've learned this 4 other times. That's fair. Yeah, it's kind of annoying when classes decide that they just want to go over the same shit again and again, but what can you do? Oh, I can't bonk. Why can't you bonk? What happened? Hello, Stripes. Welcome on in. Hi. Why can't you bonk, ladies? What's up with the bonkers? I've got to switch my PC over to our work computer. Bonk is gone. Panic. What? Look at the bonk is gone. Panic. Oh, there you go. There you go. I fixed it. I guess it got turned off because we were spamming it a little bit last week. The goobers were spamming it a little bit last week, so I had to switch it over. There you go. I hear the song request. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna unpin and close this. There you go. I turn your brain into soup. Yes, I have soup brain today. Today is a soupy brain. Soupy brain day. Okay. Today, let me hide the sub. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I just meant to hide this sub. I wish my brain was soup today. Just grab a rubber mallet. Easy peasy, don't actually, but could. This week's theme is going to be get good sleep. I mean, a lazy day. And I got, what kind of snack did you get? What kind of snack? Oh, I need to post in the, fuck, I am on the other computer. It's fine, I'll do it later. Alrighty. Face tracking is gonna piss me off today, isn't it? Let me see if there's an update. If I need to update the app really quick. I got some green grapes, some blueberry. Ooh, you got a fruit type of snack. Fun. Hope it's yum delish. Need to see if I need to update this app or not, because I don't know why it's being so laggy. This one. Seems like it's already updated. Alright, that's weird. Hopefully it'll work better, but all we can do is hope and pray. Actually, I just realized something. The O-ring, the O-magnet ring on my face tracking has slowly been sliding up. The fuck? The fuck? No wonder I thought it was getting a little weird. It's fine, I guess. There we go. Alrighty. Hello, Rhino. Happy Monday. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, what are we doing today? Wowed. I haven't had watermelon in a long time, so this is a perfect time to spend on a hot day. And yes, I got wowed. What is good for you? I'm glad you got some wowed. I also have some wowed. Oh shit, yeah, new beans. Yes, new beans are out today. My face tracking is lagging. It's gonna piss me off. Why are you lagging, bruh? I can see it. I can see it like chunking. Why are you being weird? I wonder if it needs an update. Pixel's too fast for the West. Oh my god, look at that streak. A 25-day streak. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking go. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Cause like it's like the tracking looks okay when I'm like on the computer with the tracking. But then when I'm on the other computer, it's like mad at me and I don't really know why. Oh, I was gonna check if iTunes needs updating. Have I figured out why Shapes wasn't working? Shapes 4 wasn't? What's up? But welcome on in. I'm good. How are you doing? Check for updates. Okay. Okay. So it seems okay. I might have to change what. If it keeps being mad, I might have to change what computer vitamins is on. Well, we'll see. Okay. I think we're okay. Alright. I'm just gonna boop boop. Oh, there we go. Don't lag now. Don't you be lagging on me. I'm pretty good though, vibing right now. Did you hang out with your friends today? And if you did, I hope it was fun. I would love to do spats, I think. If possible. If I could do spats, that would actually be pretty cool. VTuber. Nah, I went to bed super early. Well, I hope your sleep was good. I hope your sleep was at least good. 7 to 8 p.m.-ish. Fair. That was me, like, on Saturday. At, like, right after D&D, I just kind of went to bed. Alright, I want specs. Oh, that was something I was gonna check, but I think I forgot to look at it because I got distracted by 10 other things. I'm just curious if on my Oshi page it says I'm live. It says I'm offline. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I will work on that later. My phone is buzzing with a potential spam call. Okie dokie. And then do they? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Death guns, space, actual yo rods. Alrighty. And we're gonna close. Not delete, we're gonna close the group. I can't work on the Excel sheet either, which I need to do that today as well. SCP-1. Alright, and then who else do we have that I want to do? I feel like there was someone that I wanted to do for V-Stars, and I'm forgetting. Did I do everyone I already wanted to do? Maybe. Come on, come from underneath you. I did Cat. I've done Yomi. I've done Ray. I haven't done Ori Pup, but Ori Pup is an artist. I've done Penny Scentless and I've done Ruby Vox. I haven't done Chonky yet. I haven't done Chonky. Who else? I did Spicy. I haven't done Kua, but Kua is an artist. I think I've done Sima already. Yeah, I've done Sima. Okay. I could do Ursa. You're the one to save you with the mind. Ooh, we could do a gentle GF ASMR. That would be fun. I need to ask. I need to ask the council something. The council. Council assemble. Hi, Mew. was thinking for like um V stars, you know, highlight for like highlighting. How you doing, wife? Are you streaming today? Highlighting VTubers shorts. Like, what is too big? Is there a too big? I just sort of feel like making videos on people like i.e. Bow, Shy Lily, like everyone knows them already. Yeah. But what is the marker of too big? I did a mini stream earlier and I'm setting up for my collab with Gemini. Are you doing another Monday art stream? Like the little coworking art streams? I hope your mini stream went earlier went well. My seat cushion is pissing me off, so I gotta rotate it. Oh, I hope that is so fun. I hope you guys get good art done. I hope you guys got good chats. Good chats. I want to do more art. I was just so busy last week. Down between corpo and indie. Oh, fair. Size is my main thing, but you are always busy. I always gotta keep busy. If I don't keep busy, I think I might go insane. I'm just a little guy. Okie dokie. I'm excited to hang out with you later this week, though, for roadside research. Nothing next week, though, because I'm moving. You're moving. Oh my god. Do you like the new place? Do you have like room for yourself? Like are you excited? Like I know it's unfortunate cuz I know you like the place you live in now, but like at least it's like something fresh, you know? It's something different. Change of pace can always be nice. You're moving in with a friend of yours, not fam? Oh my god. Okay, well that's gotta be at least a little exciting, right? Cause like it's new. Like you're gonna be in your own space and you're not gonna be like bogged down by other things. I feel like that's awesome. I hope that like that's like super exciting. I hope that's super exciting for you. I think so. A huge milestone. Yeah, I'm scared but excited. It'll be great. If you need any tips or anything from me, cause my first move was me moving like from Colorado to Oregon, but kind of by myself. My roommate helped me move. Like they drove me here, but it was my first time moving out other than college. But I think college is a little different. Haven't got much sleep the past few days. Oh my god. Well, if you ever get tired, you know, take care of yourself first. Move can't happen if the mover is sleeping. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I took my meds and my brain is still off. Okay. Just going to the other computer really quick so that way I can post Bing bounce. Actually, no, I'll do the new beanbox later. What I need to do first and foremost is set I need to set its like resources. How do I do that? I forgot how I do that. I want to give vitamins more processing power. Actually, if I ran it as a run as admin, that might be better. Actually, that might be my problem. Yes. Because I don't know how or why applications are like this, but sometimes if you just run them as admin, everything just works better. And I wish that it wasn't a thing that you'd have to turn on if that's a thing that it needs to do. Run this program as apply. Okay, now it should automatically do that no matter what. It's a Windows thing. Linux, take the monopoly, please. Eat up that monopoly. Sends. Followers don't matter, but like CCV. Check. Windows inherently doesn't trust most applications and will throw out stuff willy-nilly. Yeah, because now it looks like it's working fine now that I ran it as admin. Motherfucker. I don't want to say it, but I love you. Of course, Mew. I love you so much, my light. My sea and my stars. Of course. Okay. I need new code. Excel, Google Sheets. Code to check if user is equal to XCCV. That's this might be a little harder than I want it to be. In my opinion, because people have a low CCV. Maybe they took a really big break or something. Some people seem following. But what is the max? Whether they get popular social media. So what CCV we cap it? Like I'll look up a CCV checker now. Twitch CCV checker. I feel like 100 is like pretty high up there. Oh, they're doing a debut in May. That's super exciting. Keep these two open. I'm gonna eat this for now. Who are the biggest people that I've done? No. Be Sif? I haven't done Sif, but Sif is someone I'd like to, or Red Claw maybe. Okay, I'm gonna check the CC fees of these people. Rat cousin. Average viewers 74. Okay, I gotta make a notepad. Hi, Fox. Just Sarby. Just Sarby. I gotta do. Just Sarby. Oh my god! That's where I saw them! I saw Sarby on my Oshi! I saw, wait, hold on. Please don't judge my Oshi page. I'm still working on it very slowly. Fuck. I was, that's where, BD. Sorry, I have to. I just remember staring. I was going through friends, like I was going through people, and I was like, I gotta add people. And I was looking at this page, and I don't know if I added them, but I was like, I recognize your name. Add to friends. Okay, close group. Okay, so we had Rat Cousin at like 74, I think. Sarby's at 18. We're gonna take the averages of this. Average viewer is 165. Okay, so Red Claw is like one of the bigger ones. We did do Tiefling Melissa. Average viewers. Give me. They're not live right now, so I don't think it wants to give it to me. Average viewers 111. Alright, what about Sif? Alvel. I don't know how to say their name. 60. 60. And then what about Dranagon? Oop. 122, Jesus Christ. Okay, what about, I would say 100, 300, subjective. Oh, that's true because it fluctuates. Okay, then what is, okay, wait, no, go back to the tracker really quick. I'm curious on, like, the big of the big. So let's say, like, Shy Lily. I hope I spelled that name right. 4,000. Okay. So, like, very much less than 4,000. Okay, who's in that smaller range then? Let's do, like, Big Nose Bug, maybe? 250. Yeah. Oh, I got you, wife. I got you. Pop me up on my iPad. You might have to restart it. You might have to close it, like exit out of it, and then like reopen it. Make sure you're like Shy Lily about, yeah. Hey, have a good Bracky. Thank you. Relaunch. And it's still not working. Have you had it work before? Heavenly Father, Juniper Actius. Oh, see, that's where that's crazy because on this website it says Juniper has like 1,000. Yeah, I've used it like 2 to 3 times. Sometimes if it doesn't work, you just gotta kind of keep closing it and reopening it. That's what seemed to work for me. They're big but not massive enough to feel untouchable. Yeah, okay. If it still doesn't work, let me know. It might be a thing where it's like you might have to restart your computer. What's Big Nose Big? She's 170 right now, but a very lost depending on race. Let me use the actual Twitch checking tool. Nope, I don't want to look at mine. Hold on, let me look at it this way. Okay, so let's look at Rat Cousin. If I can type. Okay, average viewer 71. This one might Sully Gnome tends to be more accurate, so we'll go at it this way. let's do, and then, yeah, and then, like, let's do Shy Lily. Just so that way we can check. Okay, hers is 4K. So let's do, so for a fact we know that it's less than 4K. Let's do Red Claw. Red Claw. 177. So his is on the higher range of 177. Okay. And then let's do, yeah, let's do Juniper. Juniper Actius. Because I do want to have, like, a metric. And, you know, I might be lenient with, like, who I do. Because, like, if you're just a good vibe and you're a good person, I'd probably put you on there anyway. But I have a theory. Give me your theory. I think 1K. What about Porcelain Maid? I feel like Porcelain Maid is, like, in like, I would say the main stage, but not as big as, like, those 817. Okay. So, it seems like a lot of folks are in that range have 0.6 follower. That sounds like math, brother. I 6, yeah. Yeah, most people have a lot more following than they will, like, watching them. I see a Shy video. 4K. Let's say less than 2K maybe average viewers. And then, like, I think that might be a good cutoff point. Yes, math. I just know that after looking up a few names. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, it's so, in my opinion, it's such a weird ratio. Like the 0.6 follower ratio. Like, you'll have so many, like, less viewers than are actually following you. And that's, like, how it is. Because, like, the VTuber space is a shared space. The 200,000 people that are following, like, Porcelain Maid are probably also following Shy Lily. And are probably, some of them are watching Shy Lily and Joel at the same time. So it's kind of like, yeah, you give and you take. Okay, so as long as they're less than 2K, I think that'll be fine. Less than 2K CCV. So if this is the case, then why is this like this? There you go. Juniper can be put over here. This is like the music guy for, like, I think his CCV will be low. You can get a lot of well-known, but yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. And then I'll go through that list later. Let me look up Gentle GF ASMR. I write as I can't. My brain's too small. Oh, it's just Gentle GF. Okay. There you go. Okay. Gentle GF, and then I feel like I've done maybe a few more. Maybe too many horse butt videos. Let's look up a fun fact. Random fun fact. Sure. Lobsters have blue blood is kind of fun. We did, what was the video last week? We did cats. Lobsters having blue blood sounds kind of fun. Livers being the only organ that can regenerate, it's kind of fun. The Caesar salad was invented in 1924. It's kind of funny. Honey doesn't spoil would be kind of fun. I guess this is where I gotta use this shit. Where's my guy? Where's my guy? The guy I pay for. What would be a good fun fact video to post for next week? Like the topic. I needed to scrub what is best. Honey don't spoil, but fun fact, maple syrup can mold, and I think that's terrifying. We had maple syrup mold in our house, and it was so weird. Pixels accidentally found out about that, and it's like, it's spooky. But I wonder why that is. I should write that down. I think as I want to write that down. Honey doesn't spoil, but maple syrup can mold. Because they're like very similar, I think, in like in output. I know why. Oh shit. Oh, dude, literally the first one on here is like about the honey. Tell me why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why. Alright. I guess we're doing Honey Never Expires. Honey never expires. Ain't nothing but shelf life. Honey is a natural disinfectant problem and also has a lower... Oh, the water content. That makes sense. Visual, surprising, shareable. Ancient Egyptian tombs had edible honey after 3,000 years. It's wet as fuck, to be fair. If syrup has too high a water content, it can mold, but if the sugar is over 2 times the water, then it will be too toxic. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. Oh. Alrighty. Give me a good hook for the honey video. Got that. And then what? Are there any games? I think I want to talk about the other one that the Black Lantern sent me. Which is the Angel Engine. Keys. Tavern. What is this one? Meh. Change them. Okay, yeah. Wait till your mama. Alright, yeah. I should already put Angel into there. Pog. Okay. Silicon is very big. Yeah, honey has no expression, so why does mine say this? Okay. Works for me. It's a little longer than the other ones, and I think that's okay. Alright, now I got to look up why does honey never go bad? Even though I kind of know I need to read it so that way I'm not spewing shit out of my asshole. Honey is something of an oddity in that, unlike most foods, it doesn't spoil over time. In fact, the oldest known sample of honey found in ancient Egypt dated approximately 3,000 years ago and was still perfectly edible, supposedly. What is it then? I want to add that in somewhere. I think I might add that in here. Oldest found honey from 3K years ago. Okay. To answer this question, we need to understand how bees make honey in the first place. Honey derives from plant nectar, which is a mix of various sugar, proteins, and other compounds in a water solution. Whilst nectar composition varies from plant to plant and range of chemical compounds are commonly present, often the dominant sugar is sucrose. This is actually exactly the same sugar as found in your kitchen as table sugar. The varying concentration of the different components of nectar in different nectars is the reason that a range of types of honeys are available. The water content of honey is a key factor in why it doesn't spoil. At 70%, its water content is much lower than that of bacteria or fungi. Honey also has a low water activity. This means the amount of water in a substance that is available to support microbial growth. Water activity is on a scale of 0 to 1, which most molds and bacteria being unable to grow under a water activity of 0.75. Honey has a water activity of 0.6. So this combined with the fact the lower water content dehydrates bacteria, makes it resistant to spoiling. Another factor that helps honey avoid spoiling is the acidity. What? I didn't know it had acidity, bruh. Its average pH is around 4. This acidity is contributed to the number of acids, including formic acid and citric acid. Okay, so now we know the science, and now I want to read an article that doesn't make my brain go bleh. So best by still honey can change. You can lose its robust place and less prominent. The honey is light and transitive. It becomes darker, cloudy, more crystals form as it ages. Okay. It's about moisture. Mercury explains that when honeybees bring nectar to the hive, the nectar is 80% water. Once the hive, the colony works to transform that nectar into honey. At the peak of transport, the nectar is 18% water, and the combined cell is capped with a layer of fresh pale wax. The only time honey would spoil is if a beekeeper took the frame to extract and it wasn't at least 18% moisture. Okie dokie. And just one more article. Forger believes in this blah blah. I feel to be trapped with the water regurgitate the liquid, reducing its water content. During this process, an enzyme in the bee's stomach breaks down the nectar's glucose into gluconic acid, which helps the honey acidic pH of around 4 and hydrogen. Okay. Did you know? Is honey a condiment? Other oh, okay, what is it? Okay. The way any other condiment. Honey doesn't specify the way other condiment. The way that other condiments tend to. Honey doesn't expire the way other condiments tend to. This is due to several factors. They tend to. Meaning that when stored properly can last for years. Even eons, meaning. How many years is an eon? 1,000,000,000 years. What is the word for 1,000 years? Millenniums. Okay. Even millenniums. The oldest. Saw that scientists. Did scientists try the 3,000-year-old honey? Still edible honey and after for safety due to its low moisture high study further. Discovery. Now I gotta read about the discovery of this ancient honey. Decades ago, archaeologists found a sticky substance in a copper jar in ancient Greek until recently that it was still. Did they taste it? The exhibition was carried by Fabian in 1922, and in the tomb of Tutankhamun, which has not been looted for among many years, which had contained a sealed honey pot. But it said the very, very taste of this honey and turned every day. Why the honey from the survey survived. Glucose oxidase, which mixes with the nectar, which kills. Okay. Honey doesn't expire the way the other condiments tend to, meaning that when stored properly, honey can last for millenniums. A proven study of this is when archaeologists, that's what I'm looking for, the word archaeologist. So, rock your body. Archaeologist Howard Carter discovered a sealed jar of honey dating back 3,000 years ago. And allegedly tasted it and found it to still be edible. Allegedly, I think. Honey bees expiration. Honey doesn't expire the way other condiments tend to, meaning that when stored properly, honey can last for years, even millenniums. A proven study of this is when archaeologist Howard Carter discovered a sealed jar of honey proven study of this is when archaeologist Howard Carter discovered a sealed jar of honey dating back to 30,000 years ago, and allegedly tasted it, found it to still be edible. I kind of want to put this somewhere else. For millenniums. Millenniums. This unique factor of honey can be yummy goldens can explained is developed by three specific specs that go into the creation of honey. Still don't believe me? Well, in 1922, an archaeologist, Howard Carter, discovered a sealed let's see. Still don't believe me? Well, in 1922, an archaeologist, Howard Carter, discovered a sealed jar of honey dating back 3,000 ago, tasted it, and found it to still be edible. Google it. Okie dokie. Honey has an extent of 3.5. Bees enrich the nectar bee glands. So let's start with when bees create bees combine combine their enzymes with nectar. They produce combine their enzyme. This unique factor of this yummy golden substance is developed by three specific acids that go into the creation of honey. Is developed by three that go. This unique factor is developed by three specific steps. Three specific. This unique ability is three specific factors. This unique ability is developed by three specific processes that occur when this is created. Hi, Norman. Happy Monday. Thank you for the wellness check. How are you doing? Happy Monday. I hope you are doing well. I'm currently talking about honey. Starting with bees. I'm doing. How are you? I'm doing pretty all right. My brain's like kind of foggy right now, but outside of that, I'm doing pretty good. Forgot I also need to take vitamin D today, so I'm gonna take some vitamin D to help with the brain fog. Or else we could be sitting here for like 5 hours making these scripts, and that would suck. Have you eaten breakfast today? Or lunch? I guess lunch. I only managed to eat one meal before streaming, so I tend to call that breakfast. But it's fucking 3 in the afternoon. Starting with bees when they are... Starting with the bees. Starting with the hard working bees. When... they create an enzyme known as glucose oxidase, which when mixed with nectar make honey a disinfectant which kills microbes. Nah, I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I mean, hey, in my opinion, dinner's the best. Dinner, you can literally have anything you want for dinner, right? Because, like, you don't normally eat breakfast foods for lunch because it's breakfast and you just might as well have brunch. It's not really good for you to have lunch foods at breakfast, but dinner, it don't matter. You can have breakfast for dinner. You can have lunch for dinner. You can have anything you want at dinner time, in my opinion. Starting with the hardworking basic man. Then there is there's literally a little moisture in honey, immature honey. Okay. Then there is the pH level of honey. Matures. Then there's pH level honey. Bacteria only grow in pH levels lower than and its pH is 3.5 bacteria. Which can bacteria survive? So 1 to 11. Uncommon pathogens survive 3 to 4. Special acidophiles can grow 1 to 3. Thank you for the lurk. What was the thing? pH around 4. Hydrogen peroxide. The process enzymes will be beneficial to wonder if the honey is acidic. Which one mixed with nectar makes the honey a disinfectant, which kills microbes. During this phase, honey also becomes rather acidic and reaching a pH of roughly 4, which bacteria cannot survive in. Which bacteria can't develop? The final big hitter that really helps the longevity of honey is its water content through the entire honey creating process. Roughly what percent it is. I think it's like, if it's 80% water. Hi, Draconian Man. Welcome on in. Hello. My mouse is gonna, my face tracking gonna piss me the fuck off. How are you? Excuse my yawn. How you doing? Come on in. Let's see if I can try to use my other mouse. That way, maybe it helps my face tracking stay, because it's like, oh, we're actively on this program. I don't know. What's up? I'm getting ready for gym time. Well, I hope you have good gym time. Oh, my mouse is dead. No. Bruh. My mouse is dead. I don't know where the cable for it is. I just knocked over my pencil holder. Fuck. I'm currently having chaos. Okay, no, that's the... Okay. Okay. It's like hot in my office, and I'm... Bleh. Okay. Okay. Fan hired. So, not so warm. Mission 2. Look for mouse charger. Do I know where it is? Not really. Oh, and I got a response from my partner. She has a scheduled meeting with me this Friday. Yo! That's awesome. Congrats on the early promotion. I'm only saying early because, you know, you haven't gone over it yet. But that's still very exciting. Sorry, if I'm looking, I'm looking for my charger for my mouse. And it seemingly is gone. But congratulations. I'm very proud of you. Oh, I found it. Ah, fuck it. Found it. I fucking found it. Look at me. Being somewhat organized and sweating my balls off. But congratulations, Draconian. Oh, hello. Hello, Swallow. Welcome on in. How you doing? Alright, let me just plug my other mouse in really quick. Because my mouse wants to be a bitch. Hello, who? Hello, Swallow. You just call me Swallow? I think I went Swall and then O. You say my name weird? Well, it's not my fault. You never told me how to say it. I'm all about saying it how you want me to say it, but I don't know how to say it if you don't tell me how to say it, you know? Oh, I don't have any more USBs. I have to plug something into the back of my computer. Give me a second. You need a bit of assistance? What's the matter? What's the matter? Drop it on me while I plug my mouse in. Hi, Star. Ice cream. I've got ice cream. Thank you. I have vanilla mint. Happy early birthday. Thank you. Thank you. It's my birthday month. Thank you. I'm wondering on her response when we have our meeting, and I would tell her. Damn. I hope that she's like, you get that money. You get that bag. Cause me, if I was like a manager, right? And I was content with my job, and someone came to me and they were like aspiring, they're like, yo, I want to become a big boy in the industry. On this industry, I want a job higher than yours. I'd be like, you get it, Pookie. Because that's just someone with big dreams and aspirations. And who am I to get in the way of that? And if anything, I want to help with that. Also, I got the vanilla mint ice cream from Costco. Many are not experiencing this myself. Yeah, because they want the higher positions, right? Not realizing that they don't actually want more of the responsibility. They just want more money. My mom and her demeanor. Yep, it could be also an ego thing. This is true. That power trip, for sure. I could definitely see that kind of power trip being the biggest of problems. So I have this event I'm planning, which I'm not going to say because channel rules. It involves me doing a Minecraft challenge with 2 friends. The 2 friends will be guiding me through a hardcore run for 2 hours, but I do not play Minecraft. People can redeem punishments against the mentors. Or against me to make things more. What kind of things would you want to redeem? Like, I've only got 5, all mentors banned. Nether Fortress? Creeper. Spawn a creeper. It spawns a creeper. That one's always a good one. Drop what's in your hand. Blindness for 3 seconds. Spawn the Wither would be a very expensive one, but I think that one would be really funny. I'm eating ice cream. I'm very happy. So it's not by a system. Because of the system where this is all base Minecraft stuff. Spawning a creeper is base Minecraft. Spawning a TNT is base Minecraft. Spawning a Wither is base Minecraft. A blindness potion is in. Yeah. You just have to do like the spawn. It's like /spawn mob, I think, and then or item. So yeah, these are all like vanilla things you can do as long as you have like creative and stuff. Random block changes to lava. That one might be a little harder. But bucket of lava. Yeah, that one might be a little hard. But any like spawn or like giving you a potion effect would be pretty good. Ice cream is awesome. Guys, I would definitely recommend the ice cream. The mint ice cream from Costco. How many of creepers just around you? Yeah, you could do that. I think you can specify the amount. That spawns. Okay. How do I implement the Costco mint ice cream in Minecraft? That one feels a bit hard. Oh, that's separate. That's separate. I want you to do that in real life. No, honestly, I should have asked for like just the ice cream, but the Oreo chunks in it actually kind of fucking slap. Hardworking bees one. Hardworking bees create an enzyme known as glucose oxidase, which, when mixed with nectar, make a increment Minecraft. Yeah, okay, you got it. You got it, Swallow. Hi, Bat. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, my first time chatter. If you wouldn't mind telling me why you came in here, I'd appreciate it. But I have a great day. I'm currently eating mint ice cream. How you doing? I'm good. Now I'm banging. I have mint ice cream from Costco. I should give some to Pixels. It's already kind of melting. Can you set hunger to 0? Let me look that up. Can you set a player's hunger to 0? I typed duty, my GPS said, oh my god! I'm Mr. BX. What? Oh my god. Oh my, well, welcome on in. Shit. Holy shit. Did not know I would get W Riz on God. Sup, ladies and gentlemen. Got me blushing, my goodness. I've seen your TikTok, so when I found out you were yay, I'm glad you like my TikToks. We're literally working on them right now. Also, yes, you can. Swallow, to answer your question, it looks like you can. I think you can force it. Yes, I think you can. Looks like you can. Thank you for the hip hat. Also, I just fucked up my braid. I found out I could do pigtails, but like braid them. So that's been my like new tism thing that I'm addicted to. Is like braiding my bangs. Or not my bangs, my ponytails. Damn, I know, right? Cinema, thank you. Did I hear the W News Week? I did not. What's going on? What's up? What's happening? Sorry, my face tracking is kind of stupid right now. I think it's because of the phone. Senorita, so what's good, Senorita Cow? Oh, well, currently. It doesn't seem like it, but I was writing a script. I'm fixing my hair really quick because I fucked it up. But we're just writing more TikToks. Or well, shorts. We're scripting some shorts. And then we're just chilling, really. Chilling like villains. Okay, let me fix my face tracking because something's off about it. Alright, so you guys know about the platform Tubi. So they have Bless Us All, which yeah. Oh. I hope that's fun. I hope that's nostalgic for you. Script for what, may I ask? Currently we're doing my fun fact one. Currently we're doing the my Did You Know series where I talk about a random fun fact. And then we're going to be going into V Highlight where I talk about a VTuber artist specifically in the community. Then we'll do V Stars, which is just VTubers in general because not all VTubers are artists. And then we will do a video about a video game that I'm interested in. And then Vibe and Shine, which are just random things that make me happy. Episode 62. As a huge Batman fan, yes, but also as a 22-year-old guy who's been trying to find the show for a very long time, besides on YouTube, fuck yeah. Oh my god, whenever I find a scene, over Christmas, I was watching, so I quote, I am Mr. BX, welcome on in. Also, if you have a name you prefer me to call you, let me know. I don't want to call you guys things you don't want to be called. And thank you for the check-in. My face tracking is lagging and it's about to piss me the fuck off. So please excuse me while I try to fix that in the background. The day has survived me. Welcome on in, devouring. I have this thing where I grew up watching Call Me Honey. I got you, Pookie. I got you, hun. I hope it's okay that I call you hun because it's shorter. JK, call me way. Hey, it's too late now. I'm calling you hun. Unable to join. Why can't I join this network? Why? Hold on, let me restart this iPhone. My face tracking. I feel like there's something wrong with it. Okay, when I was younger, I used to watch Chowder a lot, and there's the scene in the Christmas special where they're making a gingerbread house, and they're singing a song, and Chowder goes, and then nothing can go wrong. Oh no, it all went wrong. And I kept quoting that around Christmas. And Pixels had never seen it before, seen the episode that came from. So I played the episode, and it happened. It just made me so happy. The nostalgia of being able to watch that scene was just really fun. So, well, speaking of that, I think they're going to get Chowder. Ayo, you know how Chowder was the shit I grew up on. Do you know how it goes on Friday? I hope with her help I'll also get a way to get the necessary bachelor's without needing to pay. Yes, fuck yeah. Yeah, because like some jobs will actually like pay, right, for you to get like a bachelor or whatever, like a degree in what you're trying to do. So yeah, I'm hoping that they can reimburse you on that because that would be awesome. Is my face tracking okay? Like, whoa. What's going on here? Sorry, that was really weird. Okay, that's fine. Yes, it's even common for master degrees too. Yeah, like I remember I feel like in my dad's generation, getting master degrees from the army was like pretty typical. Okay. I told my manager, like, hey, look, a game was coming out March 16th. Can I have a day off? Dude, I mean, hey, if they agree, fuck, take it. Usually, you do have to sign for a contract and dedicate 3 to 5 years to that company. Pixels! I need Pixels to come in here. I need him to try this ice cream before I eat it all. Oopsie doopie type on me! It should be, I believe the corpo work is, oh, okay, that'd be awesome. Do you like to watch anime? I do! Currently, me and the community are watching One Piece. Oh, I can't type back to this. Do you take requests from anime fans? I do. I don't tend to watch other animes because One Piece is long as fuck. For those of you that know, you know One Piece is long as fuck. But I'm always happy. Ice cream. I'm always happy to hear One Piece. Teehee. Yes, we watch don't worry, I don't watch One Piece. Fair. Yeah, as long as it's not long. I mean, I'm always down for suggestions and stuff. But yeah, currently we watch One Piece on Sundays unless I'm too eepy. Hi Zodi. Like this last Sunday we didn't watch One Piece because I had to do taxes. Live actions, One Piece, yeah, I'll watch that one. It's not that bad. You like that one? I haven't watched that one. You missing out? I can't say yes or no to that on God because like One Piece is such a commitment in my opinion. Like if you watch One Piece, you're in it. You know, it's a lot of episodes. I feel like my face tracking is still off. It's pissing me off. There you go. Is it 100 episodes a lot? A little bit. Yeah, I just wanted you to try it. You gotta be committed. Yeah, you gotta be committed. Romance animes? Depends. That slow burn can kill me. But you know, I'm still down. Finished One Piece in 2 months back when I started. Damn. I mean, had less episodes back then, yeah. So fair. Pre-workout. What flavor? Is it the same flavor as last time? Episode a lot of modern anime. That's true. But a lot of animes nowadays aren't having as much of filler like older animes in my opinion. True animes also like 13 episodes per season. You got a few you might like. They're all kind of a hit and miss. Fuck yeah. Feel free to put it in chat. You like the bottom? I kind of feel like I should have asked for just the ice cream, but like. Personally, I feel like the balance is a little better. Okay. Fair. The first one is kind of. The first one is kind of my favorite because I kind of feel that way when I was in high school. Ooh, powder strawberry and cream. The creatine powder's watermelon. Then I add. Ooh. Ooh. One more bite and then yes, because it's already melting a lot. Nom nom nom. Wait till you see, but Bleach is over, isn't it? I feel like I can't have this conversation because we're having ads. We're in ads, and so now I just kind of want to wait. 144 than regular. It's got less fat in it. Has less fat in it. So technically, I guess. But it depends, because then you're not getting lactose. Okie doke. Okie doke. My face tracking is being super wonky today. It's been wonky for the past few days. It's kind of pissing me off. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I can't even connect to the IoT, which is a problem for me. It was listed earlier, but then it was like, you can't connect to it. So. It's lower calorie by almost. I didn't think about milk having calories. I guess everything has calories at the end of the day. And this year with the last core of TYBW. Okay, interesting. No, it works on normal Wi-Fi, but I was just like wondering if like maybe our Wi-Fi is congested today, so I'm just gonna use the IoT because even if it's slower, maybe it's more consistent. Just I don't know why it's like stuttering. And like I put the other mouse on this monitor, so maybe it's like maybe the computer's like hibernating. Like baby hibernating, and so it's not. No, it should just work regardless, but yeah, kind of. Like I'll be on the other computer doing something, and then all of a sudden it'll get like super choppy. It'll piss me the fuck off. I don't think so. What's your PC house? Which one? We have a work computer, and then I have a gaming computer. Which one would you like? Register firewall success. Okay. And the answer is probably yes. If you're working on 2 different PCs, maybe it just takes time processing. The thing is the face tracking is all on one PC. Yes. Shit. My gaming PC is a 3070 Ti with stuff, an i9, I think, processor. See, look, it's like lagging. We're not even doing anything. Welcome back. And then the new computer, it has, what is the graphics card on the new computer? Oh, it's a 3080 Ti. I'm sorry. Pixels is making me tell the truth. I don't know, man. I paid money, I built a computer, and I was like, hot dog. This is one, like I said, is a bit slow, but I promise you're gonna have a field days. Okay, well, which one is it? It's called Whisper Me a Love Song. Ooh. Not in my country. What country are you from? Yeah. Do you have faith in me? Of course I do. Of course I do. Could just be the software. Maybe. I could uninstall and, like, reinstall it. 38 Ti is a great card. It is. It is. It's my main card, and I love it a lot. It's like the last one. Like, mine, it's an EVGA card. It was like the last ones before they decided to kick the bucket. Yeah, it's like not showing up the thing of like changing it. So I don't know. EVGA2, damn. Very lucky that I got the one I could. The second one I can remember on top of my head is called I'm in Love with the Villainous. Oh boy, that one's really beautiful but sad. Both animes got 12 episodes. Ooh, bet. Okay. Okay, I'll just do it one by one, separately. But doesn't it? Don't do real time. But doesn't it reset after I restart my computer? Or no. I just want to see if it fixes it. Like, we'll figure out if it later. Oh, it was on low. Maybe that was the problem. Yeah. But this one was on low, so maybe that was a problem. Okay. I hope so. Because this shit about pissed me off. Like, it works beautifully, and then something happens, and it's like, maybe not. link? Fuck off, man. I'll let you know.
Yeah, it looks like it's tracking better.
Need more coffee. Get more coffee then, Buki. It's not that late in the day. It's already lagging. I'm just gonna uninstall vitamins and reinstall it really quick. Yeah, I got this. It's fair. It's always cheaper to do it yourself. I do it myself. I went to, speaking of making milk yourself, I went to Whole Foods and sorry, hold on. And I went to Whole Foods and I went to Whole Foods and I went and I looked at, oh, fucking damn it. Sorry. I went to Whole Foods and I found a milk cloth to make nut milk at home. And I was like, what the fuck? Was not what I was expecting. What the fuck? Effing you. There you go. And I might need to look up just to be safe because I need to see if I can remember the tiger. So I'll get back to you. No problem. No problem. We shoot for 8 hours a day, every day. So I am not going anywhere. I just want to copy this, man. Copy. Paste. Oh, wait. Fuck. Copy. Paste. Replace. Oh, spooky. Sorry. Cancel. I just want to make sure there's nothing else. I need to. I hope you like. I bet I will. I really like shorter animes. I feel like are pretty good because their storytelling tends to be pretty good. What if that's the problem? Oh shit! What if that's the problem? It could be that problem. I wouldn't be surprised if because I'm running it without Steam, it's upset at me. Pre-workout consume. Time to head to the gym. Good luck at the gym. You know where to find us, hon. Go get him, beefcake. How good are you able? Nah, I'm a crybaby bat. I am such a fucking crybaby. No, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Do I also run VTube Studio through Steam? I do. Okay, well, they don't crash when I do it that way. So I gotta switch over a hotkey really quick. Oh good, you get it actually for these two. Fuck, I'm so down. I've been needing a show to give me a good cry. Like, I feel like there's just not enough shows that give me a good cry, so. Fair. I think it's this one. Maybe I'm opening the wrong one then. It's completely likely. Okay, well, hopefully it'll stay now. I don't know because my PC being a image. Alright, there you go. If you need to go cry, I would recommend Howl. Howl? Is that like... makes me think of Howl like that. Well, I'm gonna get going really just to stiffen my childhood. Just stifle my child. Go watch your childhood show, Bat. I hope you have a wonderful time watching it. Feel free to, like, come in later, check in with us, tell me how it's going. Because I'd love to know, like, how it's going. But, like, regardless, have a lovely day. Thank you for stopping in. Adoria? Adoria? My project. I think I accidentally made a new project by accident. Trash. I want this one. Now we're keeping that page. I want a different page. Move up. I should just put... Can I group these? Group. I don't want to put all the old ones on, like, a different thing, because I think that would be cute. I just like the way the skull looks. Group. This is a call out to the Call of Duty video I made. There you go. It's a 45-minute movie. Oh, movie. I fucking... I cannot. Why is there Hal from Malcolm in the Middle as like the cover to the review of the movie from Reddit, bro? I'm sure he has nothing to do with it, but his name is Hal in the show. It just made me laugh a little bit. Oh my goodness. But not definitely. I do want to watch more movies this month, so ew. Let's just do a simple one. Actually, this one's cute. Yeah, this one's cute. And then, like, I want a bee. It's got a little bee. Then I gotta grab a bunch of... I'll grab a bunch of... Sorry, my brain's dying. I have to grab a bunch of, B-roll. Pun intended, because it is literally a bee that I am. This is literally about bees and their honey, so. Download, transparent, current page, download. I think my face tracking is being better now that I opened it through Steam, which makes me happy. I wonder if, I'm looking at it again and it's lagging. Let me ask my mod really quick, or my roommate, to look at. To check the internet. The internet settings. My face tracking is lagging. It's on the best settings it can be. Alrighty. Affinity. And I'm gonna show you guys this again. And then over here, we're gonna go to dashboards. No video editing. We're gonna go to. I'm gonna use Pexels because I like that one a lot. This one. Boop. Don't mind Elena, she already forgot what she was doing. This here. Make it a little bit smaller, I think. I want to give it like a drop shot. I think I do. Also, why don't I have a drop shadow? Why don't I have a drop shadow? There we go. PNG. Doot. I need to make a new folder for today's video. This is going to be 40. Cadabra. Export. 40. Save. Boop. So eep. Too eep. Oh, fuck. Boop. 75 _ spatula. Gentle GF. Boop, boop. And this will be 51. What the, bruh? This one here. Roll for fun. And this one, which will be 69 underscore angel engine. Hello, Still Doing Punk. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Are you having a good Monday? I would sure hope so. There's a whole bundle of hair that I did not braid into my pigtail. Kind of sucks, but it'll be okay. It'll be okie dokie. How's a cool guy Barrick out doing? I'm doing good. How you doing, also? How is you and your lovely new ex doing? I feel like I have to redo my hair now, which is kind of annoying. Hold on, I'm gonna redo it really quick. So you're just gonna have to stare at these texts on this thing. I found a game about fighting old ladies on Steam. What? What's it called? Sorry, I have to hold on, let me rotate my body. There we go. Oh goodness. Always EP forever. I forgot the name. Well, recently I got some headaches going on, but also started working with some new work. With someone new, so work is going well at least. I'm sorry that you're having some personal headaches. I hope they go away quickly, smoothly, and beautifully. But I'm glad the new work is going well. It's me. And if you ever remember the name Still Doing Funk, let me know. Just braiding my hair really quick. It's bugging the crap out of me that it's kind of unkempt. Even though this is like the third time I've done it. Like, overall. I don't normally braid my hair, but as my hair is getting longer, I'm trying new ways to kind of like do my hair. Because someday, I'd like my hair to be as long as my models. With that really big bushy braid. But right now, I can only do like 2 like side ponytail. Braids are cute. Braids are cute. And the more you practice the small ones, the better I'll be at the big one. Would you like a cookie? Jesus Christ, my grandma got hit by a bazooka. Is that the name of the game? It's a long name for the game, but like, it sounds very interesting. It's a good name for a game, if anything. I'm like trying, cause like, I'm wearing my right earbud and I don't want to braid my earbud into my hair. Cause it's wired. Oh, it's not good for long hair? Fair. No, okay. I was gonna say, that would be a very interesting name for a game. I was lazier with the right one, but that's okay. There we go. My ear itches, which is pogging. Only thing I see is it's not using 5G, which could certainly... Only thing I see that it's not using 5G. That said, it's not... What does that mean? Because I'm on our main Wi-Fi, but lots of VTuber tracking. Can't do 5G, but I guess vitamins can. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, right. I need honey. I need honey videos. Fuck. Honey. Honey, honey. What's your money? How many videos do I need? Boop, boop, boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11? Like 11 videos? Save. Oh, I do like this video. I like the color on this video. Bees. Poor tryptophobia. Okay, we're going to look at a different resource. Videos. Honey. H-O-N-E-Y. I'll take this one. I really wish Canva would pair with iStock or like stock footage like websites, so that way I can just have all the videos that I could ever want. My wrist, it's so tired. My wrist is tired because this fucking mouse is heavy. I want to check. I'm going back to my other mouse. It actually hurt my wrist, which I think is crazy. And now I'm upsetty because when I switched my vitamin, what is going on here? What's happening? What's happening? I'm seeing the connection like blip. It's like blip. It's off. It's on. It's off. It's on. It's off. It's on. What the fuck is happening with my tracking? Baby, where the hell my hubby? Okay. I really don't know what's going on with that. Cry. Banana. Banana honey sandwich. This one is just pictures. Guess I have to go to Canva to find the rest of them. That's fine. What has my husband? Me. How many videos do we have right now? We have 1, 2. Ooh. Okay, this one's like broken, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 8 more, I think. Just test me. Honey. Videos. Me. Oh, baby. I wish I could just download it from here. I don't think I can though. I would like a ring, like a diamond ring on my right finger. I would like a big shiny diamond. Oh, oh. This one's good. That's a good video. Yeah, strut, 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 strut. Beehive. Have like a pretty beehive by any chance? Hey, maybe like a pretty beehive by any chance? This one could work. Tomb. Tomb. Actually, I don't like that tomb. I like this one. And then honey. Except I can't spell honey. Boop, 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 boop. You like this one? Hi, Happy. Sorry that my face tracking's being kind of dumb right now, but welcome on in. I'm gonna have to use like a smaller model, just that doesn't need vitamins, so that way I can use it. Oh, what the fuck is happening over here? Hi, how'd you sleep? Did you sleep good? I need to find more videos about honey. Ventriloquist practice, okay? Okay, fair. Oops. Just want to remove that video. I didn't like that video. Slept so hard? Fuck yeah. I hope you feel rejuvenated after that sleep. I will never not correlate this video with Alyssa Liu, which is the figure skater that won for America recently. I don't like that video either. The worst thing about making a honey video is honeycomb has fucking honeycomb triggers my tryptophobia and it fucking freaks me the fuck out. What vid did you associate? Which vid do you associate? This song with Alyssa Liu because she performed this song at the Olympics this year. Okay, this one's fine. I could take this one. Them holes, yep. Eat honey. I'll take this one. This one's a good video too. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this song. Install the program. Thank you for the wellness check, Daedalus. Ow, my arm. Sorry, I just fucking bumped my arm and it hurt. Wait, where did the beanbox message go? Oh fuck, I gotta fix that now. American News just didn't. Did you know the first openly trans athlete completed in the year Olympics? Really? That's awesome. Actually, that's really cool. March beanbox open. Where's my message? It's not pinned anymore. Pin. Yes, pin it. Hello? It's not pinning? Or my Twitch is lying to me? I can't tell. Alright, well, luckily I have my mouse on the other computer. I can just pin it. Until I manually unpinned or end of stream. Okay. Swedish skier Ellis Lundholm competed in moguls. Did they win? Did you say that in the last message? Did they win? Did they win? Like, did they place? New banes, yes, new banes. New banes have been implemented. My computer just is dying. Restarting it should be enough. If that's the issue, run in command on my main computer or any computer. Ugh. Do, 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 do. I don't feel like no tonight's beaming. I gotta debug this shit. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta try something on the main computer. My computer wants to be dumb. Hello? Computer? Copy, paste. I'm gonna command. Oh, is it? Yeah, there you go. Sorry, I'm just debugging stuff. Wait for the first trans person to compete in the Winter Olympics. Play 25th. That's pretty fucking awesome, though. 25th is not bad. I like that. That was pretty good. I'm glad that they placed. That's awesome. I'm fighting. I don't feel like ignore. So, man, I think I should talk about that in my Vibe and Shine video. As program once already. Before take a picture of performance. Okay, hold on. Mothbean! Mothbean! So just walk away. I don't know what this is going to tell them anything. Is there a specific window in the performance you want to see? Sorry for the delay, chat. I just really want my face tracking to work, and the fact that it doesn't work pisses me off a little bit. It's good enough that this is pointing to an issue with the tracking code. Okay, so the phone itself is the issue. Okay. Look, it's too hot. Phone is warm. It's not necessarily the problem. Get off in. And didn't have any updates. Let me check. Is there anything else? Loaded fixed. Oh, I fucking love this song. I need to add this song to my likes. Because I really like this song. Be like Dracula. It's you and me. So never leave you. It's up to date. I'll be where you are. Should I configure the proxy or change the DNS? Charlie Dracula. Well, it's because the phone's overheating. Can fee. Dracula. That defeats the purpose of the thing I did, though. I'm just gonna make sure one more time the VT Studio doesn't need an update. Oh, not that one. It seems fine. I don't know. How was your weekend? It was good. It was good. I got my taxes done, which was awesome. I'm glad I got to do my taxes. So now I don't have to think about it anymore. This lag is still insane though. I'm still lagging. If I disconnect, I'm gonna look a little wonky, but if I just disconnect from this, it's fine. Yay! You got Kiwisaka! Okay. Wait, is it? Nope, it's definitely the phone. Wait, is it? Oh, no, I can tell. Which part did you disconnect? I disconnected vitamins. So, the iPhone is still connected to VTube Studios, but it's not connected to vitamins. So, I'm thinking it might be a vitamins thing? Maybe? Got Botox confirmed? I did not. I did not. I think I'd sound a lot funnier if I got Botox. Let me check this. Let me just make sure. Yep. And then... Okay, let me check one more thing, which is what the... I might change this. 2565. Which I would have to change in the phone itself. Wait, what? I confused myself. Port. What's the port? Port nani? First, make sure the PC, then turn on the third bit. Oh, right. Okay. Nope, it was right. It has to stay on that one. Okay. 21412. Disconnect, connect. And it's still clunky. This always happens every once in a while. Vitamin just has this. I'm gonna uninstall it. Install. Or verify files? I don't know. Oh, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. Vitamins. Right click, manage, properties. Now. Away now. Make it harder than most. Wait, do it one more time. Acting kind of crazy. I probably shouldn't do this. Actually, I might move the install folder. Maybe that'll help. Go board gear. Go board gear. But I miss you right here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to leave you. Ever be a pair. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I miss you. Come here. Okay. I look so funny when my face tracking's not connected because it makes my eyes go opposite ways. Getting strong enough to sink in. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. No, he loves me. It's still lagging. I'm gonna sneak up on you now. No, I got all the eyes. It's still lagging. Oh, I'm so sad. Why? Bruh. Can I have you go on the IoT? Maybe. Okay, go on the other Wi-Fi. Unable to join. Ah! Your 5G is too fast. I'm just an upsetty goober. Elaine just gets to be sad in her little corner. Elaine does not understand why her face tracking doesn't work. Atmosphere. I'm gonna lurk in mute stream. Oh god. reset, because there was like this one day when the internet died, and when it turned back on, said we could change settings in the app. I heard Juggalo makeup disrupts facial recognition like Dazzle. Imagine I'm just a full glam right now in Juggalo makeup. Bruh, no wonder I got that style. All that Juggalo makeup that I just sleep in, bruh. That would make so much sense. I just want this to work. Ugh, like the thing is like I feel bad that like obviously I can do simpler face tracking with just the phone, right? We don't have to use vitamins with the other baby models, but the fact that like I don't know, I feel like my quality's going down if I can't have good face tracking. Yeah, babe, hurt my feet. I can't upload the new beanbox though while I'm here. Might as well. I hold my streams to such a well, I guess I shouldn't say that without like I guess well the wording of it should be better, I think. I feel personally that I hold my streams in a pretty high standard. Birthday and cryptid month. And it makes me feel bad when I can't live up to that for you guys for some reason. Maybe that's something I can talk to my therapist about. Jacking is like really cool, like how you puppet it, like very expressive, makes reactions really cool. Yeah, I'm glad you think so. And I just think because that is like my baseline and to have it working, and then when it doesn't work, my brain goes so don't stress though. But I was gonna say, okay, I was just gonna say it, but don't worry about it. Like it's whatever. But my brain goes, if I don't stress about whatever I want to achieve 24/7, something will go wrong. So like I sometimes, not all the times, sometimes I worry about whether I'm doing a good job streaming. And the moment that, as evident from our love of your chibi models, that's true. Alright, I'll turn into a seal for now. Just so that way we can have something and I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. Disconnect. Because this doesn't need it, I think. That sounds like textbook OCD. Yeah, probably. I'll talk to my therapist about it tomorrow, but like I'm gonna keep the alien horns on because I don't wanna mess with it. That's just how my brain works. Don't mind me. I'm just my autism. Please. Trust it. Just connect to the USB-C. Wah! I also find it hard to relax sometimes, so I don't think I have any solution either. I don't know if it's OCD, but it sounds like anxiety from perfectionism or ADHD. I think there was a woman who was on this game stretching Doug cardio time. Good luck with cardio, Captain. And she was like, how she explained it is that she is a recovering perfectionist. Sorry, I was calibrating. And she was like a recovering perfectionist. And it's because like she wouldn't hold things so closely, right? Like if something went wrong, it went wrong. If something was good, it was good. You know? Also, my mouth opens way too easily with this. Mouth open. There we go. I forget stuff a lot with my struggle with priority due to ADHD. I love that help her feeling better. So I cope with stressing out or something. I don't know. Yeah, probably. Getting started beats waiting for the perfect circumstances. Oh God. I love, yes, the make it exist first, refine it later. Yes. Because honestly, I feel that. Oh, that scared me. Sorry, hold on. I spied that. No, Chubby, I hope you're feeling better. Give me the iPhone. Give me the iPhone. Fucking shoot me the bitch. Make me angry. But it's so nice because it's like perfectionism isn't everything. Because you always see the end results of things, and I feel like it makes it harder when you just see the end results instead of like where it started. Where the Wi-Fi? I am sorta. Well, I hope you sorta feel a lot better soon. I can't find it. Oh shit. I don't see it. It's sunny and it's warm. Well, I hope other than feeling sick, Chevy, though, your weekend went well. I need to write my scripts, but the videos, the face tracking doesn't want to work. Do I do arms and shoulder or core and back? Let's do arms. Let's do arms. I vote arms. The way that you see yourself. What's happening? What is happening? Why aren't you connecting now? Nope. What happened? Good luck, Captain. And if you're sore after, it's not my fault. It's connected. A man's favorite day, fair. My face tracking is gonna make me jump off a ledge right now. Well, today River plays. Who are they playing against? I had a moment where I caught myself thinking like a failure at life the other week. Then I caught myself and was like, no, that's delusional. I'm actually doing my best. Yeah. I think the hardest part about like measuring success is most times people measure success off of other people and not actually yourself. You know? Yeah. You gotta compare it to yourself. Like, even though maybe you're not, like, for example, the world's best, I don't know, like, voice actor or something, but you've done X, Y, and Z. Well, there are people who haven't done X, Y, and Z, and you gotta think about that. All socials. Okay. I gotta do some stuff today. I can't just not do things today, because I'm mad at my face tracking. They do what they say will go straight to my head. Well, what they say instead. Do it all then. Would I do it again? Would I do it again? I like this image. Good image. You know what's going on in other people's life, and it doesn't matter because you're on your own journey. Exactly happy. Exactly. And it's unfair. It's unfair to anybody to compare yourself to anyone else, you know? Because everyone's different and has been gone through different struggles. Thank you for the wellness check. Like, yeah, you can easily, right, give someone solidarity in knowing that you have been in a place like them. But guess what? You're not them. So you wouldn't know what it's like to be in their shoes. So everybody, even yourselves. Back day! Hump day! But yeah, fair. Next week I want to play Kleka! I want to play Kleka, my wife. Because it's so connected to the other internet. I checked for a few days and I could see it. Not sure why it went on the iPhone. It could be just the iPhone itself. The iPhone itself. How do you restart an iPhone? I need this tab. How to restart iPhone. Press and hold. Okay. I mean, hardly giga. Yo, fuck yeah, good job. I did that once, I think. Once. It's always been the best to get introduced over someone compared to yourself to begin with. Ride that wave. Get so fit the massage brush. Damn. Hold the volume and the power button. Okay. But it says power to slide to power off. I want to restart it. I want to restart. I don't want to. Is it only just turn off and turn back on again? Is it different? It's no restart anymore. Yes, that is indeed what restart is. What the fuck? Okay, I'll do it again. So I turned it off earlier. So I don't know what could be wrong with it. My back and shoulders are already the reason I gotta wear a size up. Fuck yeah. Do you sleep with a special pillow? I've seen people that are built like they're like top built like pretty good, and like when they lay down on their shoulder, it's like really awkward. So do you have that problem? Sorry, the 15-second one is hard shut down, fail safe in case the touchscreen not working. Oh, that's fair. It's okay. I saw the pop up before I did anything. All right, it's starting. I swear to God, I'm gonna be so pissed I have to get a different face tracking phone. Like, can we not have face tracking software that's just... I'm gonna look that up. VTuber face tracking camera. Like, I just want a camera that face tracks. Instead of, like, just using an iPhone. For top-tier VTubers, face tracking is an iPhone X or newer with these utilizing true depth camera for a true... I took a pillow right under my neck due to the shoulders being... Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, but I didn't know because TikTok is funny. Very cool. I cannot see the other Wi-Fi. Pog. Oh, something. I saw something. The Apple graphics. The Apple graphics card VTuber was talking about it. What? What is it? What is this? Maybe something like the Kinect. Or if they made something newer. I need something with a true depth camera. Which is only an Apple thing. Fuck me in a basket, man. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. This too damn bad. Alright. Does it show up on my computer? If I go to... I don't have Wi-Fi on this computer. Fuck, I got one. That's too damn bad. That's too damn bad. April dots matrix projection? What's that? What is that? Wi-Fi. Oh, Wi-Fi. Okay, that says it. Okay. Welcome back. How was breakfast? Fair. It's basking in infrared? Well, at least fucking work if that's the case. Like, goddamn. Like, a good way to understand the feeling is trying to lay flat on bed and tuck something right under your trapped shoulder so you raise... Ah, that's fair. Is a myth. Try it for yourself. Cover the IR while still using it. It's no different. iPhone tracking is just webcam tracking, but with better software. I keep seeing myths repeated over and over again. It's really sad because it makes people believe that iPhone has magic sauce. It really doesn't. All you need is a high-quality webcam and software as good as Apple's. It just doesn't exist yet. What iPhone do have is a really good front-facing camera that still keeps the good quality and maintains frame rate in low light. With good image quality, so you definitely need a good webcam along with the software, so there's no way you're tracking. Also, this is particularly Apple's fault. Partially because they have classic misleading marketing way. People have iOS jailbreaking. Well, no, Apple logging features to newer devices purely in the software is common. Interesting. It doesn't solve my issue, though, but I'm reposting this. This needs to be posted about, like, more. We need more people to talk about it, though. I mean, an omelet and some sausage, yum. No, unfortunately, it doesn't. It doesn't. Oh, it popped up! The IoT popped up. Will it let me connect, though? Please. Pretty please. Will you? Oh, it connected! Yippee. Can I make this my main one? Configure limit. Configure auto join. Okay, let me take the other one and turn auto join on this one. Okay, wait, we're on the right one now, right? Why does it say searching? Why are you saying searching? I'm gonna throw my phone out a window. What do you mean? Oh my god. Okay. We'll go over here. Oh, wrong one. Okay, there. IoT Wi-Fi not showing up on Apple device. Ban. Wait, what? Wait, what's happening? I think the universe is telling me not to buy new IEMs because the website crashed. No! That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. And does it restart both the router? No. And the IoT devices, all other effective solutions are disabling. Other effective solutions include disabling private Wi-Fi address in network settings, turning off VPNs, or resetting network settings. Restart hardware. I don't know. Disable, go to Wi-Fi. Okay, go to settings, Wi-Fi. Okay, okay, hold on. Go to Wi-Fi. Go to, fuck. Oh, it's connected again. What? Elaine is so confused. Okay, I got the kiwi! Yippee! Okay, wait, is it working now? I don't know. How many beans can you get a stream? 2, 3. 3. Count them up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3. Yes, 3. BRB, no problem. Connect. And then this needs to be 103. Connect. Well, I can't tell because it's a little guy model. I cannot tell a little guy model if it's working or not. I gotta plug my fucking iPhone back in now. You better be working. I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna fucking shit myself. It seems pretty okay. It seems pretty okay. I'm like afraid. I am afraid. I am petrified. Thinking I could have you. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics of that song. Okay. The true test is if I go to do something on the other computer and it stays good. Okay. The problem is now I'm being suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. All right, I'm just not going to look at it for a little bit. I'm going to pretend like none of this has ever happened. And I'm just going to go back to the face track. Go back to, not the face tracking, this stuff. I'm just going to go back to this stuff. And we're going to pretend like the stuff that just happened didn't happen. And yeah. Because I honestly, for some reason, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually like just the vitamins or VTubing software cannot handle 5G. Because if that's the case, because like a lot of like even Rebridger is like you have to use 2.4 or 2.5 or whatever. You cannot use 5G because like it just won't accept it, I guess. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know why it's like that. Who is one herself with a hobby? Okay. There are more things we can do to figure out the issue if it keeps happening. Okay, I will let you know when to be able to do it while streaming, though. No, that's fair. It seems okay now that I'm on 2 point, like, the IoT, but... But if you just want to list me the things that I can test, if this happens again, I can try them on my own time as well. Because I can see that it's a little framey. It's a little framey, and that could be due to VTube Studio itself. Well, let me make sure I have it on the settings. Set GPU priority. Yep. Okay. No, we're good. No, because another artist I watched was having issues with tracking too. Oh god, Apple. Fuck, it's just Apple. At this point, fuck, it's just Apple. Recently something fuck it, it's Apple, man. It's Apple. Fucking who owns Apple? Okay, this doesn't. I wanted to blame somebody. Bill Gates isn't alive, right? Bill Gates? Bill Gates? Who's Bill Gates? Oh, Bill Gates is Microsoft. Steve Jobs? Bill Gates. They all suck. They all suck at the end of the day. Is he alive? No, he died in 2011. Alright, well, it's his fault. Rip Steve Jobs. Rip Steve Jobs. Rip Steve Gates. He's still kicking? Who? Steve Jobs? They should have all committed OceanGate. Are you saying seppuku? Is this a seppukuning? My brain is dying. My brain is mad because, like, this face tracking shit is pissing me off. It'll happen every now and again. I don't know why. OceanGate has me crying. Is OceanGate, is that the one that did the Titanic thingy? Is that the one? This one. How many do I need? Yep. Okay. Cool. They should commit OceanGate. I agree. 14. Okay. All the burgers turned into fish food. Yep. Even that billionaire's son. This one, save. Download, save. Yeah. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. Eat the rich, chat. Do they have top 30 days? I bet they do. Spats is a pretty funny person, so I'd be surprised if they didn't. Open top all again. Give me download landscape, save. The source is sleeping somewhere cold. Will you find with daring me? This one. They haven't. I want to use their newer modeling. Can't tell which is which. Oh, this one. Save me from save me from. I think this one. This one. This mouse is so heavy. Chat. I'm not about how limperist. About to call me Limp Bizkit. how limp my wrist's about to be with how fucking hard I have to move my mouse. Alright, 10. We need 4 more clips. Me up inside. Up inside. Big God. Okay. Oh, they made the. I forgot they made the Labubu. The free VTuber Labubu asset. Same model? It look a little different. 5 years ago. This one's 5 months ago. This one will work. How's that? 3. I need 1 more. Give me one more. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, last month, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And now Twitch is dying. 4 years ago. I guess I need to download these. This time, I can't believe I couldn't see. You would never follow me. Oh, I could use these ones, actually. And I opened it in the same. Fuck. Me too. There we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Credits. Hi, I'm Spats. I'm a cat girl VTuber who also makes and rigs other live 2D VTubers. My background involved me being a 2D gamer before becoming a full-time freelancer. Past shows include and a bunch of other things that are new now forever. Now I do freelance making live 2D models. Here you'll find me streaming commission work, but also playing games like OSR. What game is this? Old school RuneScape. There we go. And Fortnite. I roleplay in VR chat sometimes too and love D&D. Check out Neon Divide every Friday. Oh, so they stream every Friday. Let me just be sure that that is still correct. It probably is. This was his RC 3 to 5 plus days a week. Ugh. I wonder if I should download any of their. This is a banger. I like Bad Bunny. Okay. A cat girl is here. Bright and beautiful. Bright and beautiful is the bright, beautiful, incredibly talented. Nope, and incredibly creative. Some of. Bye! We'll be here. Have fun in the nuclear reactor. I like that I get to say that now. Bright, beautiful, and creative are some of the ways I would describe this VTuber cat girl. Spats is a wonderful. Brighter than the neon lights artist who creates and rigs live 2D VTuber models. Okay, we'll do instead of bright, let's do they have any adjective for themselves? Let me check their other social media. I make VTubers. I don't think so. Bright and beautiful. Inspiration. Let's use the word inspirational and incredibly talented are some of the ways I would describe this VTuber cat girl. Spats is brighter than the neon lights. Is it brighter than the neon lights artist who creates and rigs live 2D VTuber models? I want to see if I can grab some YouTube videos. If they have any, like, rig showcases. Specifically of one of the models that they worked on prior, but they may not. So I might just have to download the TikTok video, which works for me. Pookie poopy. Let's see. This one. Rig one. Okay. This is really. You may recognize pronouns. Cat girl, she, her. You may recognize her art. She's posted some of the amazing features she's gotten to her VTuber family. There's that one. I want to do this one. This one's really cool. I might have to clip this, or I guess this part, this upper part. Or maybe the bottom part. I don't actually, she posted it on, they posted it on here, didn't they? The gloves. I'm pretty sure I saw the gloves on here, and that's how I know about the glove video. Where is it? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot eat tonight. Maybe I went too far. There it is. Boop, boop. I think I can just download this video this way. Cardio done. I beat my last highest record on a bike. Fuck yeah. Good job. Good job. You know what? Since you're at the gym, I'll do my arm workouts too. Oh, my craft is craft. Drink water! Drink water. I'll do my arm workouts if you promise to drink water. I have to stretch though, because my bones are tired. I can't count and talk, so I might be a little quiet. Okay. I'm gonna do 3 sets of 10, but I'm just gonna, like, do them in breaks, so I haven't been doing them recently. Which is my bad. I don't know, I remember on weekdays better than I do on any other time. You can catch her hanging out in the neon. What was it called? They called it the neon divide. The neon divide. Streaming not only her art commissions, but also games, and a sprinkling of that good old school RuneScape. My last stats were 6.38 miles in 30 minutes with a heart rate of 142. Today was 6.84 miles in 30 minutes with a heart rate of 155. Nice. Very nice. Are you drinking water? You're not answering my question. Okay, good. Just okay. 7, 8. My arms are so weak. My arms are weak. Weak sauce. Matter what Spats gets into on stream. Surely your mood boosted, and creativity. Sparked. No other VTuber. What does spunky mean? I want to use the word spunky, but I don't know what it means. Okay, spunky. Okay. 1. Thanks. Okay, I need my arm workout for today. Whew. I'm tired. Lane's got scrunkly baby arms. You can catch her hanging out in the Neon Divide, streaming not only her art commissions, but also games with her friends and sprinkling of that good old school RuneScape. No matter what Spats gets into on stream, you'll surely have your mood boosted and your creativity sparked, as I know no other VTuber that is as spunky as her. Sorry. Shine bright. Dazzling gem. Sure to pop on over to the neon divide and drop. There you go. And it's a inspiration to an artist running out of my streams. Oh, Elaine, I can't just. Elaine defaults to everything being gender neutral. Baby, that's how you where I'm half a horse, and that opens the door and says, is that a half horse? That is a half horse, half man. Edit dates 2 p.m. Saturday. Save. Edit dates Tuesday. Save. Edit dates Wednesday. Save. I didn't save it on the other one. Edit dates. Save. I think it might. Oh, fuck. Ooh. My body is slowly feeling more and more like my prime. Felt my whole body heat up from the cardio amount. I'm steaming a bit, but I feel fired up. That's awesome. That's always a good feeling. Always a good feeling to be able to, like, work out and then be like, I feel fucking pumped and not tired. Sometimes you just feel tired, but that's awesome. I'm proud of you. Keep it up, dog. You're motivating me to work out, which is a very rare thing. So please keep it up so I can keep it up, honestly. Like, it's a little bit of a two-way street, you know, kind of thing. 300 pound with my arms? Damn. I couldn't dream of that, if I'm honest. I like, maybe wanna, maybe like 100? Maybe, I just want to be able to lift my kids, I think, at the end of the day. I think I'd be good if I could just lift my kids. If I could just do that one, I think I'd be okay. I'll be a good, strong mama. Alright, that's good. That's all good. Endeavors for March. What's this? Okay. Very cool. That works for me. stream consists and are a good person. I am happy. I can barely do half of that nowadays. I believe in you. But like that's what you're training. You got this. You're doing more than the next guy might. So, this is all good. I can close. I say I can close it, and then I forgot to grab the first 3 social medias. It's probably gonna be Bluesky, Twitch, and VGen if I had to presume. Yeah, so let's do Twitch, Bluesky, VGen for spats. Twitch, Bluesky, VGen. Okay. I have a question for Beans. I want to try to push myself every now and again. My current 2 challenges are posting possibly 1 more video a week that's an edited clip. Credit to the chatter. Clip will obviously be in the video, in the vid, or stream on other platforms. What do y'all think I should try first? I can't spell. I can't spell think. I can't spell think. Please just correct it for me. I'm glad if I did more. I always love the gym, but motivation and time is hard. So I understand. I always used to do it by vibes and write it, but I'm really trying to make a routine nowadays. And that's fucking amazing. Like I think I've had too much PTSD around the idea of losing weight and like going to the gym that it's just like it's just not. I don't know if it's in the cards for me, at least right now. But my biggest insecurity is something that I can deal with at home. You know, it's like one of those things where like, I could just fix this at home. There's no reason for me to like, there's nothing stopping me from doing it at home. So honestly, just having that reminder and like, I guess suggestion, doing it at home makes me feel better. Cause like, it's something that like, honestly, if I were just to do it for like a year, I'd probably be good. You know, and then I'd be where I'd want as long as I keep it up. Hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. Try to find an image that I want to use. Clever, and I'm too fucking dumb. Hate it when I cry, guess it's that time of the month. Give me art or give me death. Don't actually. I like when V highlight, I like it to be art because it like represents the artist's skill. And then for V stars, I like it to be their model because that's kind of who they are. But not everybody has a good picture of themselves and it drives me nuts. Switch up with no one and then you touch me like you want it. How rude. This one works. I like this one. Million days, oh, you run around, tell me eventually. Sit back, relax, enjoy my company, Won't you know what my life's gonna feel like? Else can feel right, you can feel like won't be my ice cream, looking on your blue jeans. 'Cause it feels. And this thing is just gentle GF. Well, thank you. I'm trying to be ripped and middle class for real. I believe in you. Oh, I fucking believe. I believe in you harder than I believe that Apple wants to take every bit of people's money. That's a pretty high bar. Working with this, all you do is push me out. I like it anyway. Also to you every day. You're around. Got me praying for everyone's success to whatever God wants to listen. Just me, don't you know that I was gonna feel like nothing else would feel right. Okay, I gotta look at their videos now, which means I gotta unmute the site. It is not muted, fuck yeah. Feels so mystical, magical. Oh, they have like other models I didn't realize. 4 years, 3 years, 2 months ago. This is them singing. What's this one? I have a feeling that it's not going through because of something silly.
Nemosi.
God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. You guys heard that too, god damn it. Shush. No! Ah! I'm panicking, sorry. Sorry for those of you that don't like ASMR. My apologies. I'm sorry. Go check out Gentle GF if you want to see more of that. No, play the... No, go away. Go away. Go away. Stop it. My bad. My bad. Can we do a last 30? What was she saying? She was saying Nemusi because her name is Nemu. And so they got her to say Nemusi, I think. What is this one? Oh, they have such a baby voice. I didn't realize. I don't think I've ever listened to their voice before. I kind of like that one. It's her memeing about like, if you think I'm a big beefy man, I better be a big beefy man. What's this one? Go away has me cackling. I panicked, alright? What you want me to do? I think I might do this one. Not this one, not this one. This one. Okay, so she says the line, cutest grown man I've ever heard. And then I can clip that. New headset is not theirs? Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that it's good. I'm glad my face tracking. What's happening? Why is my my key light was off. I just blinded myself with it. I'm okay. Clips, show all. Alright, now I can download all the other ones. It won't matter what it is, really. Open link in new tab. I don't think I'm going to use her other models just for clarity's sake of, like, who she is. Kind of thing. There's going to be a lot of just her talking, I think. this one. Give me this one. Open like a new tab. 2 months works. I think we need like 14 again. I think that's roughly around what we need. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 more. I did the math. I did. These keep showing up! Yay! Thank you for sharing it with me, Curry! Yippee! Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you for sharing. Your streak was big, and thank you for showing up. It means a lot to me. It means a whole bunch to me, honestly. 1, 2, 3. Need more! More! This is gonna be the 4th one, right? Yeah. I need more. This one. This is 5. I need 3 more after this. Download. Download landscape. Download landscape. Okay. It's not showing me any other clips that are from that stream, unfortunately. Might scroll back up because Twitch is lagging. What all do I have? This is 12:11. 3 more, yes. And friend, I do have that one. 2. Put them all down. So. I guess we can do top 30 days. See what happens. Because I think there's one here that I don't have. No, I lied. Okay. I don't want to use the website that I was using. Because I was using a website to sort clips by date of creation, which is very useful because I don't tend to like using older clips of YouTubers because it may not represent them anymore. So I want to use the new ones, but I don't want to have to go through the whole process of like going over there and downloading them because it's kind of annoying. There's this one. They're playing Yakuza, it looks like. So that's one. There's one. This one's different. That one's different. Oh fuck, wrong page. I can close that now. Do we have one where they're full? Yeah, but that one's different. Rear deltoids are a bitch to exercise. Which ones are those ones? Put them into baby terms. I don't know what that means. I think this one works. Other elves. Okay, I think this is enough. They're the muscles located under the traps and oh, very fair. Yes, those are oof. Yikes, those are roughies. Even when like I try to massage those, they're fucking rough to get to. Just right above center back. Yeah, those are a bitch. Okay, 15, 14. Yep, we good. Okay. Is Sweetest and gentlest, most gentle Nemu. A clumsy elf VTuber who's here earnestly wanting to make your day actually, if Nemu made your day any better, even if it's just by a little. Do they have a name for their place? Welcome, social credits thrown. Then you should listen up and follow her. Okay. Save image as mornings. How is this spelled? Morning Star Live 2D. Okie dokie. That's the artist. I don't know how to spell that, so I'm just gonna do that. Save as this one, and then rigor. Okie dokie. We're good on that behalf. VTuber. Super silly. Enjoys doing ASMR and voice acting. Let me check if they have any other social medias as well, because that would be pertinent to know. Okay, so they're mostly... Well, also to be your new neighbor. Moving in. Moving in next door to you is the sweetest and most gentle elf VTuber Nemu. It's hard muscle to reach, so always good to work out even though I ache. That's fair. That shit's not gonna play nice. That shit's not gonna play nice. I know that for a fact. But yeah, like you said, it's good to exercise. It's good to exercise it when you can. Next in moving in next door is our sweet most this adorable Nemu outside being down right adorable enjoys creating ASMR videos and doing voice acting. Wrong mouse. Open link, the new tab, characters, merch credits, Twitch, Discord, Blue Sky. I'm just the gentle is here to make you. Let's make sure that humans are to rest well and take care of themselves. Yeah. Did I explain the type of reps I do, Elaine? You may have, but feel free to tell me them again. That's the fun thing. So my little baby brain will sometimes remember small things that maybe I think I should remember, but then other times I'm a goldfish, so you can tell me things as many times as you want, and I'll never get bored of it because there's a 65% chance I might have forgotten. A world filled with stress, constant hustling. Memo is here to remind you to rest well and take yourself. I do explosive reps, which is basically I go full power on every motion, hold it at the peak, then slowly with full control go back to the rest position. I always hold the hardest point for 10 seconds at the damn. Dude, I'd die. I would like that sounds so effective, but I would absolutely burn. I'd be so tired. We can tell you anything as many times as that's relief. I wasn't sure if you could get tired of yippee. I would never. It's honestly, Taylor, it's a routine. If I don't get a yippee wahoo from you at least once a day, I'm gonna get sad. It's a care routine now. You have to. It's like feeding a fish. You don't feed your fish, you know. They're gonna poop. They're gonna go kaput. Take care of yourself. Streaming a slice of her life when she can. Nemu often keep the neighbors. I wonder what she calls her chat. Oh, I do like that. So she has streams that are like, because ASMR obviously comes with the bounds of like NSFW stuff. I do like that if her stream is tagged #NotSoGentleGF, it's free reign to do whatever, say whatever, like fuck around and find out. Whereas like if she doesn't have that tag on, you have to be like respectful and not do lewd talk, which I think is really nice. I think that's a good boundary setting, actually, honestly. It's very effective, keeps the motion up, and also tears the muscle fibers in a way that'll enhance muscle mass and muscle gain, since we gain muscles by tearing the fibers so the rebuild's stronger. Damn. My brain goes, I should try that with my arm reps, but then I feel like I burnt myself out on them too hard because I'm a baby. Streaming sessions will often keep her lovely neighbors company. Chatting or games here and there. I want one more sentence. If you just can't get enough our gentle Nemu, you can check out their YouTube channel that is filled with lovely ASMR videos. Extra loving, you can check out their ASMR Patreon. By ASMR artists. I always feel like I'm trying to highlights. I'm starting with gentle GF. I can't spell. Try it with one rep to see how you feel. Curl the arm quickly, then slowly put it back to rest. Position hold for text right before you put your arm to full rest. Okay, wait, hold on. I'll try it with one arm. Okay, hold on. See how I feel. Okay, curl the arm quickly, then slowly pull it back into the rest position and hold it for 10 seconds right before you put your arm to full rest. what would rest look like? But what would rest, Draconian, what would rest look like for me? Because so the arm work I do specifically is to focus on the lower upper arm. Okay. So what I do is I like take a dumbbell and I hold it to where the dumbbell is like the triceps. Thank you, Pixels knows all about it. So what would be the resting position? Because the whole thing, I guess the resting position is in then? In feels like a resting position. Out does not feel like a resting. I don't know. I will wait for a response on what the resting position will be, and then I'll try it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be holding that weight. Well, I'm just gonna be holding that weight the entire time. I don't like this. I want optimize this. I just feel like I kind of word dumped. Rest would be usually where you start. Yes, it's when you're closer to your body. Okay. All right. So, curl the arm quickly, then slowly pull it back into the rest position. I'll hold for 10 seconds. 1. What? Hold on. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that like burns a little bit. I'm super weak sauce. 1-1 the first half, Ella. Goal for Montreal from our side. Well, 1-1's still pretty good odds, right? 1-1's pretty good odds, so you still got this. Okay. All right, I gotta do it again. One, 2, 3. 9, 10. Oh, I see. Oh, this isn't ChatGPT. What is this? This is vidIQ. This is specifically a tool to help search engine optimization for videos. Ooh, links below. Ooh, shit. Well, that's only 73. Never ranks next door. Sweetest and most gentle VTuber Nemu. When she's not being downright or when Nemu creates a cozy ASMR. It brings characters to life through voice acting in a wonderful world full of stress and constant hustle. She reminds you to sleep. Oh, no, that is fucking 73. 73 is so many less. Oh, I guess that's fine. It would be maybe. Oh, fuck. I fucked that up. Okay. 73, huh? I could try it. And it's working. The moment before rest is the hardest position to hold, so it helps build the muscle, which is why I hold it. Okay, I did it twice on my left arm. Or right arm. I'll do it twice on my left arm. I'm just lazy. I want to do whatever's fastest, but it's fair that I should be maybe being a bit more conscious about it to really work up the muscles. I'm just lazy, man. I like being lazy. Okay, I think this was good. Yeah, we liked this one. So 3 of my scripts are now done. I think it would be fun to have a workout streamer where we all do stretches or something like that, like the buff trainer, like Buff Pup. That would be cool, but Buff Pup's really good at it, so. I was thinking about like once a day having like a like an exercise redeem. Like a workout redeem that would specifically be for my arm workouts in case I forget. And then I'd be like, all right, everybody, now fuck, now that it's been redeemed, everybody's gotta, like, get up and stretch, you know? I'm also lazy. I also don't know if you guys would want that. Like, from Animal Crossing? Oh, yeah, like, the little, like, when they do the pause announcements and the, like, time, in the morning, it's the morning announcements, right? Where they're, like, morning stretches, yeah. I actually, I quite like that. Let's do that. I'm not turning it. You can't make me do it today, though. Okay, I'm not doing it today. I just did it today. Listen, I just did it today. I'll even make a little noise with it. Hold on, wait. I wanna no, fuck. I'll even make a noise with it. I'm gonna change. My thing is to change. I think I'm gonna change. Read me a story. Let's make it. What do we have a lot of points of? It should be like wellness check. So wellness check is like a 50. 50 is a wellness check is 50. Okay, I guess I'll make it 50 then. But it can only be redeemed once a day. Once. 50. I'm just gonna call it morning stretches. Think you or I or Elaine. Ow, ow. Has shrimped for too long. This is our daily stretch. Redeem to be sure Elaine does her arm workouts and some stretches. I can't spell stretches. I need an icon for this, though. I don't think I have a thing for this. I can make an emote. Twitch emote resizer. I don't have any of my emotes on this computer, actually. Actually, yes, I do. I should be in here. I miss you all the time. It should be somewhere in here. Template, symbol, social media, effects. Shoot. Have a redeem 1K points to do arm rep. That's what this one is. It can only be done once a day. Okay, fine. Well, we have a lot of, I think health ones, I think for health purposes should be lower. Because you guys are just trying to help me out, you know? I need an emo, and I have to go to the bathroom. So I will do this, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, because I feel like I'm gonna... I need like an arm workout emo, huh? I guess we could do one of those at some point. 1, 2 things. Unless I have like an emo that could work with this, which I feel like I could do the yelling one, which I think would be funny. Because I feel like you guys are gonna redeem this at the least optimal times, but you know. I'm opening that door, so I'm okay with that door being. I have to pee, and this thing isn't opening. Okay. Alright. Emotes. What do I got? Actually, let's do this one. Okay. No. Please press enter on the thing. Oh, bro. Please, I must go to the bathroom. All my tech is being super slow, and it's gonna make me cry. Save. I want to do this before my brain forgets. Is it 18? It's 28. Okay. No bathroom for Elaine. Not until I do this. Otherwise, I will forget. This one, 28, 56, 112. Save. Okay. Alrighty. I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I hope you're doing well. All right, Angel Engine and then Vibe and Shine. Angel Engine Steam DB. In my hand. A reason to stay. Yeah, by this one. Okie dokie. Forever. Get better. Video editing. I want to look something up before I make this video a full video. Artists opinion. I don't want to read about this here. Okay. What are people saying? Watch channel like video, that sort of stuff. It's not insane. I've had the theory channels about artists and AI. Fun fact. Ow! Hello, Sheppy. Oh, how hard are you trying? Has mentioned wanting to start working. Let me see. So someone from know where the artist who created the boiled one. If you don't know, explain because I literally never heard it. Currently in an ancient city, and there are 4 wardens. Yikes! Beat him up! Beat him up! You got this, Shippy. I just want to know what people think of it. Let's see. apparently do this. Responded to prison hiring human artists for future episodes on the according to the listing that I read. Yeah, I don't know if it's a horror series. It's just pedestrian and forgettable. There's no consistency. Yeah, that's the voice. Generally, something part one is a great introduction overall, and honestly, developed from sweet is just sad. Instead of seeing a scary, eerie face, what I saw is a good soul suffering for a sins. So it's kind of to go. Frankly, it's not a series of worth I've seen, but with it being on TikTok, the boost poem, the series felt more non-serious, further adding to the drama. Okay, then maybe just for the, I don't know. Workout done. The 2 PBs beaten today. Hell yeah. Good job. Good job. Okay, we're gonna look at a different game. Good. Just because, like, I'm just a little nervous about it, I guess. Why do I have the position the end of Eden? Muffles' life sentence. Let's look at this one. What do people think of Muffles' life sentence? Maybe this will be better. Maybe this will not make me as sad about it. Review. 5 are positive. Let's go to the store page. Very positive. The first is actually like a game. The game goes, I love it. It's pretty good. Review type. What about the negative ones? Oh, nice on feel. Music is decent. Sounds great. But the wall text may be equation. But chapter 1 is the only one which is free. Oh. Oh, it's like $3 for each chapter. Interesting. But it's free to play. Interesting. Take back your identity. What other games? The Horror Plant is another one that I was seeing. Very positive with. Okay, we'll do Horror Plant then. Horror Pilot? Horror Pilot? Let's grab the name of this game. The bike distance was the cardio personal best, and the second one is doing 180 arm reps for arms. Reading is hard. Good job. Good job. Are you gonna have a nice protein shake now? There's a little wayward. Okay, just in case. Because I'm worried about. Okay, there we go. This one. Save image as. Yes. Yep. Beef and barley soup for Din Din. Yum. Sounds good. I hope that is as delicious as you hope it is. Let's scoot this background just over just a little bit more. Okie dokie. PNG. Export. Export. This will go to roll for fun. And then I'll do this one. Save. Close. Okay, close. things. Okay. Kill your god, become worthy. Horror plant. I don't know how to say the name of this game. Actually, this reminds me of a story, a book I have, actually. Horripilot. How do you say this word? Horripilot. What is? Okay, you did not help me. I just needed to know how to say the name. What name? This one? Horripilot? I just need someone to say the goddamn name. I'm gonna hope that it's Horripilot. I think it is. Morning Tide, Sucker for Love. No, which? The Horripilot trailer. Let's see. I don't know what it's called. Thank you for the wellness check. What the fuck? My Twitch got muted? No! I'm gonna search and then I'm gonna look for pronunciation. Ciation. I don't know how to spell the word. Horripilot. Horripilot. Okay, so I think it's just said how it sounds. Okay. Okie dokie. Kill your god. Become worthy. Okie dokie. Horripilot. Insert image and cell. Let's do this one. Horripilot is a chilling idle incremental dungeon crawl through the horrors of a forgotten underworld. Let me see. Combining idler, puzzle, and auto battler elements, you'll fight, mine, and think your way through the depths of a forsaken dungeon. With each step, you'll grow stronger, but beware, every boon has its burden. Okie dokie. These are good words. When was it released? February 20th. Really? Maybe 2026. Okay. Released recently. Wait, what did the email say about it? The email had more about Bion is a past game studio. Oh! Actually, I quite like what's said in this email. Horror plant. Descend through the floor after floor with increasingly. Descend. Find the with each step. Report and descend. Developed by Alexandra DeClose, Past Game Studios. Horror Plant Studios. Descend through floor after floor. It will increasingly. Just calling back to this. Okay. Yeah, like this. Released recently on Steam. And grab yourself a copy. What else did the email say? Actually, see how deep you can go and discover new puzzles. I'm going to go sacrifice yourself. You to snack the odds over in your favor. Is that what they? The depths need you and you them. I don't know what outro I want to do. See how deep you can go and discover new items to discover new items to solve puzzles when you return. When the going gets tough, sacrifice yourself. It's in your favor. I don't know if I like that outro. Oh, they can create portion. Oh. Oh, launching on side order is. I actually quite like that information. Horror plant. Okay. There's another sunflower flow tradition. Between runs, spend time at the camp to harvest materials and invest in upgrades, while also exploring musty hallways with ever more challenging puzzles. Maybe I can remove this section. 24. Elaine, yes. What's up? Delete. Clear what these no personality. So yeah, I am options, but I can only get one. Which ones are you looking at? Just an overall video talking overall. Lie on it. Video for yay! I'm glad Bell till the turtle's doing well. Yeah. TLC details, cut the materials. Just makes me curious. Oh. Okay. Go work. When is it showing incremental? Backs it up. I like the ending. Power plant is a chill idle. I'm sorry. I think I don't need this line. Oops. Okay, wait. Between runs, spend time at camp to harvest materials and invest in upgrades while also exploring musty hallways with even more challenging puzzles. If you're sleeping on any horror games, wake up. This one is worth your time. Either the Moondrip Land 2 or the... Ooh, hi, Kiwi! Hold on, let me look at this. Moondrop Land 2. Ooh, these ones look nice. I like these ones a lot. These ones are kind of like... These remind me... Like, this is you. This is fair. And then the other ones are the true... Ooh. Let's see. That wasn't the question. Honestly, IEMs are in-ear monitors, they're earbuds. The simplest way to put them is that they're earbuds. The truth ears look kind of cool too. I will be fair though, the land twos kind of look like more of your aesthetic, but I'm not sure what contribution, but I can't miss my check-ins. Thank you, Kiwi. Your bread's pretty much, yeah, but like better. But yeah, I like these ones, but I feel like the other ones are more your aesthetic. Aesthetic-wise, I think the other ones. That one looks kind of techie. Yeah, it looks kind of techie, but I like the other ones. I like these ones also look kind of techie, but they got a little bit more. Like, I like the grit. You can't really see it, but there's like a grit material, like a kind of like a gritty material, it looks like on this. That looks really nice. I kind of like it more. I also have Moondrop IEMs. I have the... Moondrop IEMs. Was into them. I have these ones. I have the Starfield 2s currently. They're pretty nice. I wish they had more bass to them, but I'm working. I'm not really concerned about the bass right now. How's this? Did you see the astrology ones? The astrology ones? The IEMs? Moondrop. Battle to the metal now. In-ear monitors. Wait, the astrology ones. Meteor constructor quark. The Stellaris ones? This one? I saw these ones, and I like these ones. They were just not as new as these ones. That's why I chose these ones over these ones, is because these ones are newer. But these ones are really... This one was one of my other contenders. Honestly. So, but these ones are really pretty. I was tied between these two. Is the blue like the... I guess so. The blue's a bit more navy blue than I feel like in the picture. But, you know, I like the ones I have. But no, these ones, oh my god. I love the asymmetrical design on those. Those ones are really nice. Yeah, these were the Starfield ones. Honestly, I like the look of the Starfield ones more, but the Starfields 2, people said were comfier, so that's the one I got. Yeah, honestly, you're still hanging on. That'll lose a lot of people. That's 61. Let me look. I'm twisting imagination. Like this. Might get those. Which ones? The Starfields or the ones I have? You gonna get earbuds? You gonna get IEMs too? We all gonna be twinning. Yes! Do it. Dude, I hope you like them. I like that they're piecemeal together. Hello, Sonic Man. I want to ask this chap on a deep question. You think it is unauthentic to ask you to enhance? All right. I can't apparently spell, so authentic. Oh, authentic. Enhance scripts are right. Okay. I returned to school for home, rock. Welcome home. Oh my god, what's up? What's up? Okay. How long is a video? Sub 60-second sleep. Okay. That was just my question. Okay. Oh no, I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'm sorry. Don't you hate the paper straws? I do hate those. I do hate those straws. I'm gonna get the Land 2s because they're on sale and I don't have silver IEMs. Yay! Okay, yeah, good. Listen, I don't make it, but look at them earbuds. These are very pretty. These are like actually exactly your vibe though. Like the music. Oh god, if you got these ones, yeah, it's like fucking fair. I mean, they're really pretty. You could get the leather storage case too, so it's kind of like, because this is like your purple in my opinion. So you could get these ones. Have you seen the teaser for the Scary Movie? I have not. Me right now, take my money. Yeah, I feel like Moondrop makes a lot of like aesthetic but very good quality like stuff. Oh, this is the wrong one. Image. Okay. Okay, I need to ask the council for a vote. I need to ask the council for a vote because I'm about to shit bricks. Like having a stream on different like YouTube on certain days of the week, like multi-week, and every scheduled date. I think only not work days. So like Thursday. So like Thursday. Like Thursday could be our like not stream on other platform day. Council. I need no judgment, just a vote. Is it okay to allow vidIQ SEO optimization tool? to help with my script master and possibly align with the... I'll go better. Yes. Probably not. Okay. 1 hour. Milk managers. I think add mods is more important. This too. See, look, now you have a new one. I love honey. Honey on a banana peanut butter, which slaps so hard. I could have it for breakfast every day. You were judged. No judgment. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Written. Change cover. Upload cover image. Oh, for fun. This one. This one. It's got the date. I shall now lurk and return final to my nether sleep. Enjoy your nether sleep. Have a good time sleeping. Hope you have a good eat. I don't want to look at that until it's over. Because depending on that outcome, it'll change next week's videos. So. Okay, video editing, happy talk. I think I have 2 sleepy ones in here already. There's this one. Did I not have the other ones? I also have to grab these guys, video editing, vibe and shine. This one, this one, this one. Oop, I needed that video. Stop it, stop it. Liked. Do we have any other sleepy ones? Oh. I like this one. I haven't tried this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This. And violate. They sold out. No. I'm sorry. And I hyped it up too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pookie. Give me the video, please. I guess I wait. It was by my old manager, Nikki. Let me quick fill in what SEO like hashtags work best with what hashtags like description words would work best with trending stuff, so the SEO tool so the SEO pushes my vids more. If you have other suggestions, though, I know a few of you in here helped scripts, but my only dilemma is A, I can't pay you. B, I'd feel like an ass having you work on my schedule because y'all got lives to live. Might have them on sale via eBay. Ooh, that's a good point. As long as they're not like overly priced, you know. Carolyn Rose. Put this in vibe and check because it's funny. I'm gonna go lay down because my back hurts like a bitch. So if not back, good night and good night, bonk. Ready for the bonkus and good night, shepherd. I hope you sleep well. Ow, thank you. No more sleep. I see this one. Sun kitten cats. Sun kitten cats. Sun kitten cats. Okay. Instance. I got apple. Apple. What kind of apple? Deuce. Try right. Detail, but not everyone. Wait a second. Video. Facts. I got them, but it looks like the tech is all in Japanese. Not sure if that makes a difference. That's just how it is. All the tech is like in Japanese. Cosmic Quiz. Oh, I love Cosmic Quiz cats. What is wrong with this video? Is it in here? Here's this one. Bruh. Wait in the video download. Okay. Feb 28. Picture screenshots. I don't think I need the rest of these. I didn't download anything. What the fuck? Still 0. What the fuck? You almost forgot your check, and thank you for the lurk, Zach. Ah! Thank you for the lurk. I almost blew my eardrum out. Why isn't this video downloading? I need this video download. It doesn't want to. Can I share download it that way? Oh. Ah, yes, my neighbor is being a professional next door neighbor by drilling something in at 9 a.m. Damn, they couldn't have waited an hour? I feel like 10 a.m. is very reasonable, but I feel like 9 a.m. is a bit not reasonable. Why is it not downloading? Yeah, 10 a.m. I don't know, 9 is a bit too early. Oh, God. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. Yep. Okay. There you go. The table tones. And we I know what I'll be like, are you scrolling? Like that one fucking TikTok video of that woman's like, are you scrolling? I'm gonna do that. I think the 8th is Sunday. Yes. Okay, there we go. Again. 62, 62. Yeah, I think that's everything for that, at least for right now. FTGIF. Sleepy kittens. Self-care. Rest. Bird. How important getting a good night's rest is. Get 3 a night. Has begun filming. Oh, that's cool. So that means they'll come out next year then? I think he's gonna write us an essay about the question I asked. And Kirsten Bell is Amy Rose. Kirsten Bell? Who's that? Kirsten Bell. I can't spell. Oh, fair. I could see it, honestly. No, it's this one. We start with Sun Kitten Cats. And then we end with Nice Shorts. Oh. Sleeping. Hello, DRCG. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Why are these all like 10? Okay. Are you scrolling? Ah, I'm just kidding. If you're watching, I'm doing pretty well. I'm glad you're doing. Thank you. Welcome on in. Do you have any plans for this evening? If you're watching this video, you're definitely scrolling. At least a little bit. She and Ben Schwartz was in the House of Lies. I don't think I've watched the House of Lies. Show results. It's a 50-50. Oh, no. Okay. I'm just kidding. If you're watching this little video, if you're watching this, you're definitely scrolling at least a little bit. If you're scrolling, then there is a chance. Work was rough, so I'll just be doing some Minecraft. Minecraft! I have a Minecraft server. And if you're scrolling, then there is a chance that you are also in bed, not sleep you deserve. I can't spell sleep. I can't spell nothing. That's not really the one I want to use. Sleep like this little kitty behind me. You guys are. I join. You are subbed, aren't you, TRCG? I think you're subbed. Yeah, that's why you have the Prime badge? Because if so, yes. It's really common in marketing, but I think it will prevent you from developing those instincts if you want to keep doing express yourself. I also think it's not healthy to slowly change the algorithm. In my opinion, you're better off focusing your videos more. Your current videos are fine, but the only series that feels consistent is you. I mean, shit, yeah, dog. Yeah, I think you're in the Discord. All you gotta do is you gotta just download the mod. I didn't pin it, did I? And then you gotta add these 3 mods, and then you can join the server, which the thing is in the pinned. I appreciate you. Interesting. Considering that most people comment on me, that I come across that recognize me are remembering me from V highlight and V stars. Recognizing. Oh god, I can't type. Ah! Sorry. Sorry, that was a gross cough. Sorry. That are recognizing me are remembering me from V highlight and V stars. Like this little kitty. Don't fight it. Just give in to the like this little orange kitty. Look at how at peace they are. But your eyes are getting pretty heavy. You wanna eat just like they are. Right. If not, then we've got this dude right here who will give you biscuits until you do fall asleep, because it's important that you get rest. Is that you're allergic, Kent? While you're asleep. Okay, IEM's ordered. Let's go! Yippee! Should arrive later today or tomorrow. Nice! Love that speedy shipping. Okay, well, now that it's a 50-50, it hurts my feelings, so maybe I guess I won't use it anymore. Honestly, I think the enhancements, did you know, and roll for fun. I can't type. I give up on typing, honestly. General SEO focus, but this way, analyze your writing gives you a reading level score as well as highlights your spots hard to understand. So change the focus for like technical. Hemingway editor. Okay. Let's give him this one, because this one I was gonna do. Yeah, so the app highlights lengthy, complex sentences and common errors. If you see yellow, shorten or split it. If you see red, highlight your sentences so dense and complex that your readers are going to get lost to the following meaning logic. Utilize simpler words instead of. You can utilize a simpler word instead of a purple one. Click on the. Oh. Okay, there's the highlights for you. But how is this not different, though? Because this is technically using AI to also enhance my writing. It's just visual. And also doesn't gear it to social media. My grade is an 8, which is good. Not great, I guess. Useless, simple, has no end date, has no... but expiration date makes sense. Stored. Adverb, he ran quickly. I don't think this makes sense. Stored properly is right. Adverbs, passive voice, and other weakening phrases are marked in blue. I believe you should replace with them with more forceful language. Okay. Fair. Okay, orange is this unique ability. Okay, so then maybe instead we'll do, there are three specific factors that that occur is created. Shorten it. There's. Oh. Wait, occur. Easy to get onto someone else if they're a VTuber fan. I think those videos are easy to get onto someone's FYP if they're a VTuber fan or close enough, so they can also encourage someone to click away to check out the VTuber. I'd probably be fine for the reviews though, since those tend to be more focused content. Where's my Nodders email? With my this unique ability, okay, is when stored. I want suggestions. Give me like a suggestion. Like, what word should I use instead of properly? Cause like, I feel like that makes sense. Hardworking bees create an enzyme. So dense. Bees create enzyme known as the which when mixed. Oh. Bees create enzyme. Bees create glucose oxidase, which when mixed with nectar make honey a disinfectant. Okay, during this phase, honey also becomes acidic and pH of 4, which bacteria cannot develop in it. The final big hitter that really helps the longevity of honey is its water content. Through the entire honey creating. Oh wait, what the fuck happened to the rest of that? Oh, I wasn't finished. Oh no. Like 80 reduces, what's 80 minus 18? 62? Versus loses so over 60% of its water content. The final big hitter that really helps longevity of honey is its water content. Through the entire process. Through the entire honey creating process. Honey loses over 60% of its water content. Archaeologist. Still don't believe me? Well, in 1999, I discovered a steel jar of honey dating. Bravely, he tasted it and found it's just a. I feel like that's not too long. Shorten it or split it. Feel challenged. Same single feature for the upgrade, which could mean not. Still doing well. In 1922, archaeologist Howard discovered. Still don't believe me. Well, in 19. Dating. Back. Dating. So don't believe only our 3,000. Discovered a 3,000-year-old steel jar of honey. Ha! If the goal is SEO, then this tool is definitely what you want, but you probably just checking in on the work. You can delete the sample text so it doesn't. The sample text helps me so that way, I know what means what. Actually, I guess I could just click it, huh? Yeah, I guess I could, and then it says. Okay, that's fair. Actually, you got this you got this brain, girl. I believe in you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll do my best. So then, okay, then maybe we'll use. Okay, then my idea, I think, is using Hemingway to fix my scripts, and then vidIQ to give me hashtags and stuff. Kind of keywords that help you may differ from John YouTube creator. If the goal is SEO, then this tool is definitely what you want, but you probably need to have a more critical eye on what it tells you than a non-VTuber. That's fair. I have, like, the basics that I think all VTubers use. Like, hashtag VTuber. Hashtag... etc. But it's the most common. My dick shrinks. Okay, so I'm gonna reply to this. Apply to this. I think my plan at the end of the day is use vidIQ we pay for the SEO optimization, hashtags, and description. Just to make sure that the algo is happy, but use Hemingway to shorten my scripts and make sure I'm not repeating having bad grammar. Repeating myself having a bad grammar. Okay. I think I like that idea. Use a forceful verb. Bravely. I like the word bravely. I don't know if I'll ever think of the weaknesses one. This is grade 5? Wait, my grade is a 5. Why did it go down? Is a good grade better? Is a higher grade better? The lower the grade, the more understanding your process. Grade 9 is a dull average, but low grade does not make your writing childish. Instead, this shows the complexity isn't getting in the way of your message. You know, okay. Okay. I like that. I guess I like that. I think that's not a bad one. I gotta do all my scripts in this. The sea, turning saints into the sea, choking all your alibis, choking all your alibis, but it's just a price I pay. Destiny is calling me. 131. Okay. Okay, what about this? Next door, our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber. When she's not being downright adorable, you know, creates cozy ASMR. She even brings characters to life through voice acting. She even, when she's not being downright adorable, you there's really news. I can't. When she's not being downright adorable, never creates cozy. She even brings character. And brings personal life through her voice acting. Maybe something like 2 to 3 general hashtags, 2 to 3. Hi Shadow! Happy birthday! Well, your birthday's tomorrow. Well, happy early birthday! Happy early birthday in case you're not here tomorrow. Happy early birthday. Yes. Thanks, Elaine. You're welcome. Okay, that's pretty good. Inspirational and encouraging are some of the ways. Okay. Inspirational and incredibly talented and creative. Okay. Okay. That's good. I gotta fix this first sentence. And then you can catch her hanging out in the Neon Divide stream now, hauling profession, but also games with friends. Stream. You can catch her hanging out in the Neon Divide, working on her art commissions, Okay. Working on her art commissions. Just playing games with friends. Commissions you can catch her playing. Sure. And then on top of that, spats may sprinkle in some no matter what spats, no matter what, you'll surely have your mood boosted. And creators are surely have your mood boosted creativity. Cool. Okay. Is my weak spot. Honestly, hold on, I have a question. Let me look at this. Let me look. What the fuck? Where's the... hold on. Let me hide my screen so I don't dox myself. Hmm. Hmm. You think no. Yeah. Yeah, Elaine's brain is working right. Okay. Used to be. Alright. There you go. Can I still add another account though? No, I can't. That's fine then. Okay. I think then I'd rather do it this way then. I need to ask for permission. Okay. Or optimization stuff. Okay. So let's... I don't think I need this open, because now I have the thing. And then we'll keep this open, and then we'll keep that open. Okay. Oh. Alright, but I keep clicking. Okay. God, kiss me, God. Okay. Okay, I don't need music for this one. Yeah, got everything for that. Yep, we're good on there. Oh, right. Okay, now I gotta do Enshrined videos. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Okie dokie. Those are very bright. I don't know which ones I gotta name first. EP. I guess we're gonna go into the gods now. Free so that contacts the gods sleeping. Pick. I can't spell pick. These are places of power that can be harnessed. Other stuff. Writing any new dogs. That's fine. For the gods, or do I use the old info? Yeah, I could do a great. We can't name. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna go to delete this guy. Enshrined. I want the world one. And then what images do I have? Videos? Nope. Enshrined footage. I don't want to use the same shit all over again, but I might. Where is our trailers? Rendered. Trailers working for Kickstarter trailer. Shots. Oh, those are the MP4s. I just need... Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to print it. I didn't want to print it. I just want to download it. Download it. To listen to me whine. Doing everything at all at once. What is the song called? I just thought of an edit idea for this song. Basket case? Okay, shit. Basket case intro funny. Sorry. Okay. Oh, where did that download? No. Okay, there it is. Oh. Number 7. Underscore names. Okay, we did Hadal Crawler. Have we done the Humboldt Squid? I don't think we've done the Humboldt Squid. The Jackal, the Sky Shark. Oh, the Humboldt Squid. I have to find it though. Where is the Humboldt Squid? There it is. Da-na, da-na, da-na-na. Nope, that's not what I want to do. What's up, boy? Humboldt Squid. Maybe the Humboldt Squid this week at least. Tomorrow. So I can record the audio for this tomorrow. Download. I have another question. Also, can I use the marketing to ask like interest? Emails/accounts what their marketing strats are. Okie dokie, this one. Nope. Ta-da. Start. Humboldt Squid. I'm gonna save this, but I'm not gonna put it in the video yet. Because I'm gonna record it tomorrow, which means I'm gonna have to change the thing for it. Which is fine. More obvious. Need your help. Trying the Headwind Studio. Headwind Studio. There are only a handful of us. Artist. And our communal brain cell used for one area that we think that we would love community feedback on our names. With you during our videos, if you have any cool names, any of our, let us know. That way, our video, or that way, me, marketing, y'all. Right, re-record script. And it's Saba. Confused on what to name the glorious abominations that he creates. Hold on, I need to borrow something. I need. Where's the thing that Saba drew? Where is it? I think it was after this. Saba drew himself as like a sad face, and I need that. Where is it? It was in here recently. It's not that one. It's not these ones. It's not those ones. It's not these ones. It's not that one. It's here. I found it. Video editing, enshrined, entry of the week. Not that one. Whole building. Save. Alright, what's happening in the Discord? We cancel. Maybe the best thing would be static hashes for each series. Like, one, you don't have to do new hashtags. Static ones already, but keeping them the same on every video will kill my reach. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already. And there's a whole other SEO thing. Use buzz words in it to help the algo. It is hot in my office. I want to fight the mech boss. I think I've got enough gear. I really want to suit back. Image. Mm. Yes, okay. So join our Discord today. Oh God, I don't want to call creatures. What was the one that we were talking about? Tree snake. Where is he? Where's the tree snake one? Hi, Quetzal. Welcome on in. How you doing? Are you off work now? I think that's what the weather is for. Cool. Late shift today? Oh, okay. We'll be here when you're done with work. Which monster is the tree snake one? Actually, it doesn't matter. This works. Off at 9. Aye, aye, Captain. Features a semi-fish or... What's all? Yeah, this one. Okay, scripted. Names, help. My nose just... I can create both again. Has its singular stretched. A tangled mess for us. Okie dokie. And now, because I got this one done, I will check it with Hemingway editor. Maybe just, within heaven, so there are only a handful of us. Handful of us. Our community racials is used for being many aspects. And jobs. What is this? And to call. Please. Oh God, I don't want to. That long sentence is how that long sentence is gonna be, I think. Care what people say, the rush is worth. Hey, I get so high when you're with me. Don't know what that's sorry. Holy fuck, it was hot and I just got back. How hot was it? And welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. Hope we're doing well. Let's see. Big stretch. Big stretch. I am gonna stretch. I'm not gonna do my arm workout because I did it earlier. Oh, that stretch made me lightheaded. I'm dead. I will do more stretches though, because I feel like I need to do more stretches in the day. Thank you for the morning stretches, Redeem. I can feel myself stretching my muscles and it hurts, but it feels good. How you doing, Happy? Hope work was good. Are you done with work now, or is it just like break time?
Huh?
Huh? What's up, body? The fuck? Why is that the first thing you do in here, dog? The fuck? You're wasting your fucking milk bucks on that, man? What you doing? What you doing? I'm working, man. And you in here memeing me. You didn't even say hi. If you put your arms so where... If you...
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hello! If you put your arms so where your elbows... If you put... And your hands are giving double thumbs... Wait, if you put your arms so where your elbows are tucked in by your side and your... So doing double... I feel like I'm being memed. Oh, I just popped my rib. What's happening in Discord? The council. Okay. And then turn your thumbs out so they're pointing to the side. Okay. Really keeping me on the edge here, huh, bud? Sky shark. That's not what I want to do right now. I want to do the... The fuck did I call it? The Humboldt squid. Humboldt squid. Dagon's children, come close, come near. I'm fine with it. Okie dokie. I can't be down. I need to open the Humboldt squid page. Humboldt squid. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. The wolf squid is one of the few migratory creatures found in the swamp. During the daylight hours, they rest in the regions halfway between the canopy and the swamp floor. During these hours, they are mostly dormant within a few hours. Being one of the few fully migratory creatures found within the swamp, the Humboldt squid. How is this? It is after the setting of the sun. Being one of the few fully migratory creatures found within the swamp, the Humboldt squid comes alive. Sun rests. Climbing up through the canopy. They arrive in mass groups. Living in mass groups. This creature will climb through the canopy layer of the swamp. Won't victim be its next meal. Moving across the surface of the leaf, they shift colors shifting their colors as they glide over the leaves of the canopy without a second glance could simply excuse it for a trick of the eyes from the breeze. With allowing the bodies of windows rallying will affect on a windy night, one could hard press to distinguish the rustling leaves that they were close to outpace. When sensing prey, parts of the storm will detach and attempt to override using their weight of numbers. Oh, so it's like piranha. Shifting their colors as they glide over the leaves of the canopy without a second glance, one could simply excuse it. Once their target is locked onto their next meal, size and strength is not a factor into their build, into their hunting strategy, but number, sure, but sheer number definitely is. Surrounded to be blessed gods, lest you want to be torn to shreds, consumed by this pack. Once surrounded, you better be blessed by the gods, lest you want to be torn to shreds and consumed by this pack. Pariah? What's the word pariah mean? What does pariah mean? It's an outcast. Fuck! A member of a group. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well, that didn't work the way I thought it would. Oh, that's what I do. Oh, that's what I do with my dumbbells. Happy, that's kind of like what I do with my dumbbells. That's exactly what I do with my dumbbells, actually. Keep elbows tucked. Yep. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly how I'm doing, actually. Dagon's children, come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the Humboldt squid. The Humboldt squid. Happy, look at us having the same brain cell. Also, it wouldn't be Dagon's children. It would be Corn's children. Children of the blood god, come close, come near, as I tell you. Okay. Dagon, Biberon, Badibadon, Dimmadome. Being one of the few fully migratory creatures found within the swamp, the Humboldt squid comes alive when the sun rests. Arriving in mass groups, this creature will climb through the canopy layer of the swamp, searching for what victim will be its next meal. Shifting their colors as they glide over the leaves of the canopy without a second glance, one could simply excuse it for the trick of the eyes from the breeze. Once their target is locked on to their next meal, once their target is locked in, size and strength is not a factor into their hunter shadow, but the sheer number definitely is. Once surrounded, you better be blessed by the god. Okay, how many? Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's good. Dagon is Ben 10 too. What, really? Dagon, Ben 10. Dagon's just a good name. Oh my god, it's Dagon. He kind of looks like a doodle though. It's Dagon. 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 Like Dagon, the cryptid. Ben 10 Lucubra? Who is this? Who is this little puppy? That little puppy. Alright, this works. Once surrounded, you best by the glad, lest you want to be be torn to shreds and consumed by this pack of hungering beasts. I guess that's okay. It's kind of a weak. I feel like it's kind of weak, but my brain's like absolutely kind of cooked right now. My brain, it's cooked, and I have nothing else left to give. Humbled squid. Being one of a few migratory creatures. Arriving in mass groups. They will climb through the canopy layer of the swamp. Searching for what will be their next meal. Searching for what will be its next meal. Searching for its next meal in mass groups. They will climbing through the canopy layer of the swamp. The Humboldt squid. Search for its next meal in mass groups. What about that? We'll search for its meal. Okay. Shifting their colors as they glide or without a second glance. Excuse me. I got 8 more hours. 8 more hours of work? Once locked in. Size and strength is not a factor in the hunter strategy. But the sheer number of their kin definitely is. Drenched in sweat. Yikes! I believe in you, though. And then you'll have, like, a really nice shower afterward. So it's done with that one job. Fair. So it's like you got tasks within your job that you're doing then, huh? This one will go here. Sounded. You better. Kin definitely is. Okay. One surrounded. One. Be blessed. Gods, lest they will be torn to shreds. By this, what were they called? Migratory swarm. Like, do you have a favorite Lovecraftian god? Dagon. The King in Yellow as well, if that counts. I was with your friend, and turns out they've worked at the same power plant before in a different department. That's cute. Best be blessed by the gods. I guess bot blessed. Okay. I love the King in Yellow. Yeah, I have to read more about him because I feel like I know the general summation of him, but brain's so small, you know, only can take in so many stories. Okay, the enshrined stuff is done now. I can now do. I can now do recordings. That's what I'm thinking of. I can record stuff now. Close all. Oh my god, my eye itches. I'm eepy. I'm so eepy, bruh. Okay, but that's okay. Boop, boop, boop. I was paranoid of considering madness around like cursed media in the King and Y'all. Yeah, cursed media is like one of my favorite, or like cursed knowledge. The curse of knowledge, I guess, is like usually one of my favorites. Continue. Yes, I knew. Okie dokie. Connect. Okay, there you go. Oh. Totally different kind of horror than what I was used to. One of the first stories of Lovecraft I looked into after Cthulhu. Yeah, it's very different, but it's still like it's a really fun premise in my opinion. This whole like I think overall the idea of Eldritch is pretty cool. It's an interesting it's an interesting topic that like is purposely hard to wrap your head around. You know? There you go. Did amounts. Dude, that'd be sick. Mountains of Madness is like one of the only ones that I think I really know about, so on God fair. Okay. Yeah, Lovecraft was a weird man, but he inspired some real bears. On God. On God. Preach. Super weird guy. But hey, you can't have masterpieces without weird people. I love the fish story. BRB, no problem. No problem. We'll be here. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick, and then we're gonna record scripts. So I will be right back. Just make sure these are all in the right spot so that I don't have to do it later. There you go. All right, I will be right back. That's okay. Excuse me. I had a burp. Oh man. Inspirational and creative are some of the ways inspirational and creative are some of the adjectives I would use to describe this cat girl VTuber. Spats is a brighter than the neon lights artist who creates and rigs live 2D VTuber models. You may recognize her art as she's posted some of the amazing features she's got to rig on her VTuber family. You may recognize her art as she's posted some of You may recognize her art as she's posted some of the amazing features she's gotten to rig on her VTuber family here on TikTok. You can catch her in the Neon Divide, working on her art commissions, as well as playing games with friends. On top of that, Spats may sprinkle in some of that good old school RuneScape. You'll surely have your mood boosted and creativity sparked, as I know no other VTuber that is as spunky as her. So, if you want to shine bright like this dazzling gem, then be sure to follow over on pop on over to the Neon Divide and drop her a follow. Okay. That worked. Oh, dang, hold up. I was just chilling. You're highlighting Spatula? Yeah, I am. I love Spatula. Her rigging, her art, chef's kiss. I love Spats. Do you also enjoy Spats' content? Also, my hair's a mess again. Can't wait to wash it later. Boop. My goal someday will be to cover all the VTubers in some capacity. Easy. GG first try. Thank you. Yeah, I don't have the chance to watch much, but their art is crazy. On God! Like, their rigging goes so fucking hard. I don't know what kind of magic voodoo that they summoned into their brain to get their art to look as smooth and their rigging as beautiful as it is, but god damn does it look good. I think after stream I'm gonna take a shower. I think that's my plan. Alright, there we go. I fixed my hair. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie. Done. Done. Oop. Done. Okay. That's one. Oh, I like this song. Street. Save. Vexed, I never verbally said this, but thank you for the aquatic fish simulator. Thank you. If I have time, I might play it today. If not, then we'll definitely be playing it this week. I'm excited to play it. I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. Fish. I'm excited. I hope I can name the fish so that I can name it after chat. That's my main goal. Is to name them after you guys, if I can. I think 15 is when I got them. think this feels loud, but in the thing it's not that loud, so I don't really know. I believe you can, but the last time I played was 2024. Well, if you think you can in 2024, you probably definitely can in 2026, right? Hold on. I can look. Library. Oh wow, they actually had an update. They actually had an update to the game recently. The world manager on a club. Build, customize your store, create a paradise for both customer and marine creatures. Decorate aquariums. Clean up the mess. Help clients. I'm sure that there'll be like a thing where like you can have a showcase at the very least, and I'll remember. With Gecko Shop Sim, I remember, that's for sure. I don't like how sensitive my mic is, I think. I don't understand how this can be so loud, but yet not loud enough. Okay, I've slept enough. I'm gonna get some writing done. Wanted to share that I Yippee! Oh my god, I hope you get the job! I hope you get the job! Oh my god, I hope you get the job! I bet you will. And then it'll be the coolest thing around. And you'll be like, I'm Kiwi Goblin Books, and I actually work in the store. Now you can customize your fish tanks and make some fish unsellable. Then I'll make each of you a special fish tank. If you guys see like a fish that you want to be, I'll just make you guys a special little fish tank. Me too. The downside is that it's from 12 to 8, so I'll be able to hang out as much as okay. That's okay, Kiwi. You can, if you get a lunch break, which you definitely should, you can just pop in then. And that way you can still get your redeems and stuff. How do I was to pretend I was supposed to see you again? I think this should still be 105. There you go, but getting it all again. Feet down to the floor. See, unfortunately, that includes weekends, so I might. You might end up missing One Piece. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, okay. Well, now I'm a little sad. Well, it's okay. Sometimes you just gotta make that bread. It's okay, Kiwi. It's gonna be okay. I promise. I gotta change the name on here before I forget. It's gonna be okay. Don't you worry about a thing. Maybe we'll change the time. Maybe we won't. Who knows? In March, we got a bunch of stuff that we want to do, so. Clip operations, replace. Resources, social media. Where is the vegan? This one. Twitter was guy. Yeah. Nope, that's Twitter. I have to replace one. Loop guy. Okay. Oh my god, it's too big. Okay, there we go. Save. Alright, that's done. Now these stars. Kiwi, do you know if like that bookstore has like set in stone days that you'll work? Because then we can work it around that. It's okay. I'll see if I can lurk in chat. Maybe I'll screen record my Discord before I leave for work. Oh, fair. That's fair. Then you could just listen to me react to stuff. my god, why are these all so big? Why are they so big? Okay. Let's do clip operations, replace video. Oh, nope, not that one. This one. This one. And then where did this image go? Where did this image go? It was canceled. Oh. I gotta go back to that. The ad said 2 days off during the week, but I don't know which ones. I think I'll try to get Wednesday and Thursday. Those are pretty good days. That is fair. Save image as. Video editing, fee stars. This one, this one, this one, this one. There you go. And then we're gonna grab their username. I'm gonna place it here. Here. Go here. Do here. And then clip operations, replace. And then this one. I gotta replace everything that I need to add in here. Oh my god, Jesus Christ, sorry. Oh. Okay. It's for an assistant position in the jewelry section since there's a local Oh, thank you for the bless you. That's cool. Okay, how about the pretty jewelry? Track. Oh my goodness. Okay, intro. Oh, fuck. 1,000 blessings, my lady. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I humbly appreciate. Okay, alright. Link clips. Yeah, I think I missed it. It's like here. Like here. Nice thing is they advertise that it's a training position, so if I'm a good fit, I'll be in charge of the section and get a pay raise. Ooh, good opportunity. I like. I think. I like that. Hello, Moon. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I think. Oops. And the starting pay is $2 more than what I was making before. Ooh. Yeah, of course. Let's see. One more gold star. Yippee! We love gold stars here. Okay, first this is gonna go here. Delete track. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go over here. Oh man. Alright, right there. Do it like this. Let's see, maybe here. One more to superior funny number. Oh shit, fuck yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so the old card thing has a weird extruding rim ring at the bottom. Should I use create polygon or start with the plane and try to create it? Can I see the shape first? So I'm sick. What do you mean you're sick? How'd you get sick? You know what I would do? You already made the body of this, right? If there, hold on, I'm gonna copy image. Where's my? Okay, this works. Yeah. Okay, so if there is a polygon, that's not what I want. If there is a polygon that aligns, like let's say in the subdivisions, if you have a line that sits here, just click, so duplicate the body mesh. If there's a line that matches here, take that line and Control E to extrude it out. And then just remove the faces you don't need, like this here and this here, and then thicken it downwards once you have the shape that you want, and then you'll be good. Looks like playing wing a different orientation, doesn't it? Sick twin. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what I would do. Big brain. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, of course. If you need more help, let me know. But yeah, that's what I would do at the very least. Let's see. Okay, maybe a little bit more. I turn this down like a little bit. Like 12 then? That should work. Okie dokie. This was the first winter in years that I didn't get sick. Guess I got my hopes up. I'm sorry, no. No, I'm sorry. You will feel better soon. It'll be okay. Okay. Boop, 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 ba-doop, 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 boop, boop, boop. I haven't recorded it yet. I am Goober. I did not record yet. Don't mind me while I click on my buttons. Okay, that works. Moving in right next door, our sweetest, most gentle elf. Bleh. Moving in right next door, our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber, Nemu. Nemu? Nemu. Moving in right next door is our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber, Nemu. Nemu. Moving in right next door, our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber, Nemu. I don't like that. Moving in right next door is our sweetest, most gentle elf VTuber, Nemu. Nemu? Okay, no, I was right. When she's not being downright adorable, Nemusi. When she's not being downright adorable, Nemu creates cozy ASMR videos. She even brings characters to life through her voice acting. In a world full of stress and constant hustle, Why are you bonking me, body? What the fuck? What the fuck? You were in the middle of my recording, too. Not that it matters, because I'm recording separately, but still. In a world full of stress and constant hustle, she's your reminder to slow down, rest well, and take care of yourself. Streaming slices of her life, Nemu loves keeping her lovely neighbors company, whether it's just chatting or playing games together. And if you can't get enough, her YouTube channel is filled with soothing ASMR, and her Patreon has even more for the extra devoted. If Nemu made your day even a little brighter, then go follow her and her artist, links below. Nimunamunan. Yeah, the only reason why I know how to say it is because she said Namusi earlier in a clip, and I read it, and now it's just in my head. So hopefully I said it right for the whole video. If I didn't, I guess I die. Guess I die. I guess. Teehee. Just delete those. And then this one gets put here. And then this guy gets put right here. And then like this. And then we're going to keep it at that length. And then we're going to raise the audio up by like 15, I think. Yeah. For some reason, my shit's quiet as fuck. Yeah. Oh, wait. Where's it at? Oh, I fucked up. God damn it. God damn it. Body ruining my recordings. Nemu feels right since I'm pretty sure there's a Nemu. Yeah, that's fair. Voice acting. Okay, wait, I gotta re-record that line. Okay. When she's not being downright adorable, Nemu creates cozy When she's not being downright adorable, Nemu creates cozy ASMR videos, and she brings characters to life through her voice acting. I feel like that lagged a little on the VTuber side, the recording side, but we'll see. Okay. Scoot. What is your feel bad flavor, if you will? I got it. It was funny. Okay, there we go. Are you going to bed? Are you actually going to bed? You have to type in my chat that you're going to bed. Are you going to bed? Are you actually going to sleep? Are you actually going to sleep? Because I don't want to do this thing if you're not going to go to sleep. Why are you booping me? Why are you booping me? I'm usually so nice about these redeems, but because it's body, I feel like I have to take it with a grain of salt. I feel like I'm just being juked. Thought that was a thumbs up. Nah, dude, it's a boop. What do you mean a boop is not a thumbs up? Yeah, I'm going to sleep. All right, dude. Good night, body. I hope you sleep well. Mwah. Tuck, 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 tuck. That's how that redeem works, you fucking asshole. What were you doing? I'm recording scripts for TikTok. And I'm giving you a kiss goodnight on the little Ow! What the fuck? You're the one that fucking redeemed it, you fucking animal. It's not my fault you can't read. The good night redeem. But no, if you're ever gonna redeem it again, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, have a good sleep, motherfucker. Yes, really. Yes, really. You just can't read. Add a rainbow and it's a deal? What do you mean a rainbow? What do you mean a rainbow? You're not getting a rainbow on top of a good night? What do you mean you want a rainbow on top of the good night? You already got the good night. Everybody gets a good night kiss and then a tuck tuck. You're getting your forehead kisses revoked because yeah. Like this SpongeBob match. Why? Why am I adding that? To be fair, the boop does kind of look like a thumbs up if you don't pay attention. Yeah, you're not paying attention. That's... Why is that the one that plays? It's not my fault that body can't read. Well, good night, homie. I hope you sleep well and I hope you have a good day tomorrow. You read that one? I don't want to do this one. Not a fucking clue what I'm eating, but it's yummy. I'm glad that it tastes good. No, I didn't. Body, I wish you the most wonderful day at work tomorrow, and I just wanted to wish you well. No, this is me wishing you well. This is a thing where I wish you well, dude. It's where I'm like, hey, no, you haven't, I'm wishing, oh, fuck. Why do these things not do the say in the title? Because you're supposed to read! I return again, but this time post dinner. Oh, hope it was good. My best friend is in chat. It's all about Moolah's in chat. And he's fucking triggering me. He's triggering me. I'm so triggered right now. How could you trigger me like this? You want to wish Elaine well? You got Uno reverse it. I might just keep it like this instead. Thank you for the hug. At least someone cares. It's my best friend, it's easy for some reason. To not read? To not read? Are you saying it's easy to not read? To trigger you? What the fuck, dog? What the fuck? That's not very fair. I think that's not very fair. Nah, fuck you. I'm not doing this. You can't make me. Well, you could make me. You could make me. If you gifted a sub, I'd do it. Checking in on your mental health? You make my mental health suffer sometimes, dog. Look, you're making my face tracking lag. I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. I'll vanish. I'll vanish! I don't know what you mean. I don't know when old. Guys, point and laugh at body, he's old. It's not easy to read, but if you read one book a year, you read more than 90% of the population. Yo, actually? Is that real? I want to make that a did you know video. If that's real, I'll make a did you know video of that. Yo, legit? For real? Kiwi, you telling the truth? Vanish, does that mean no Elaine? No, I just disappear for 5 seconds. If it's true, I read more than 90%, then I believe it. Apparently, my best friend, I can do that. My 8-year-old brother has hella books. I doubt it. You can't even read a short description on a Twitch redeem. What do you mean that you can read? You can read a book. You can't even read the short description on a Twitch redeem, man. I didn't see a description. What do you mean? I'm literally gonna show it to you because you're making my brain explode. No, look. Okay, you click this. You fucking ow, ow. Why are we bonking me? Why me? Man, look. Okay, look. You see, there's the redeems, right? And you click it, and oh fuck, the reward. Yeah, no, it says it on the top. It says bonkage of the brain cell. It says it on the top. It says it on the top. So like when you fucking click good night, at the top there's a blurb. There's literally, like, if it was at the bottom, I'd be like, no, that's fair. It's at the bottom. It's on the top, man. I think I should ban you. I look at the bottom, because you are a bottom. Because you are a bottom, god damn it. It's because you are a bottom, you fucking pussy ass mother. You get me so triggered. I don't like it. I think I'm gonna ban you. You know what, guys? Bodies, apparently, it's all about moolah. Is about to be. It's damn. I set myself the fuck up. Yeah, you did. Listen. Body. That's body. It's all about moolah. Is my friend Body. He's my best friend, right? And I've been memeing him to come in here, say hi, do anything, because he's my best friend. I'm his best friend. Well, that might be a lie, but he's one of my best friends, right? And so we've been memeing him. Come in here. Come check out my streams. Lurk. Help me with my career. Look, I'm so triggered my face tracking can't keep up. And this motherfucker is like, nah, it's weird. Was it weird to help your homies? And now I'm learning that maybe you don't like me. Maybe you don't like me. Maybe you really don't like me, man. I was gonna get you a birthday present. Elaine, help me! Exactly. That was what I was quoting. This motherfucker, man. I'm so upset now. Don't bope me, you bitch. And like the shittiest thing is, right? To a degree, I am subservient to my chat. I am your entertainer. But I might have to ban you, Body, because listen, a gifted sub is a gifted sub. And you should like take away VAB and give it to me. In fact, I'm thinking about it. I'll think about it. On God, if it makes you feel better. I'm entertained. I should have kept this a secret from you. I should have kept me streaming a secret from you, because now I just feel like you're gonna come in here and rage bait me. I mean, granted, hey, we got that clip, I guess, but God, why don't you support me like a real friend? Why you just come in here and you just fucking, you don't read? Fucking... Arr, arr. This motherfucker don't piss me off. I hang out with this motherfucker every weekend. And this is the thanks I get. So that reminds me of someone I know. What does it remind you of? It could be worse. What could be worse? What could be worse than my best friend coming to support me by rage baiting me? I feel like that is the worst it could be, is my best friend rage baiting me. Because I care about you so much, and yet you only want to hurt my feelings. Someone I know. Oh, you mean the song? Elaine right now. Yeah. About to make a feral emo just because of this motherfucker. I'm being added in my work Discord. Is of the okay. Good idea, yes. Yep, of the go ahead. Okay. Okay. This is the good news. I'm not trying to rage bait you. Boop. The fucking timing of the boop, dude. I'm gonna fucking... in the arms of an angel. One sub will help Elaine keep her wits from the rage bait. Just $5.99 will help save Elaine. God damn it, dude. Go to bed. Go to bed. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I gotta do an SCP series with this motherfucker too. That is happening this year, by the way. We are gonna be playing that SCP co-op game. And it'll be you, me, and then if chat wants to join us. Good night, bro. Happy birthday. It's not even my birthday yet. Thank you. You know what? Thank you, man. Happy birthday to you. Good night. Tuck, tuck. Tuck, tuck. Tuck, tuck. Tuck. I'm tucking them extra good. What you guys don't know. Fuck you. That bonk didn't work because I didn't hear it happen. So fuck you. Fuck you. Wait, which SCP? The one that you recommended. Maybe that's what I'll do for my birthday. SCP-5K, I think it is. Happy birthday, I think. It's my birthday this Wednesday? Really? Tuck him in so good he's trapped. That's what my plan was. Maybe this is what we'll do for my birthday. I think that would be really funny. Yeah, on God. Okay, so what we will do for my birthday celebration, which will be the Friday, I think, before my birthday. Because my birthday's on a Monday, and that pisses me off. So I think we'll do it the Friday before. So on the 20th? Wait, no, isn't that Miu's birthday? Hold on. Hold on, I gotta look at the calendar. The Hobbit. Yeah. No, yeah. No, once I learned that it's more than 2 people, you can totally join us. I think Miu's birthday's on the 20th. Yeah, Miu's birthday's on the 20th. Fuck. I want to get high on my birthday. Also, now that I know it's my birthday Wednesday, I have to add that to the calendar, the birthday calendar. Draconian man's birthday. There you go. I put it on a calendar specifically that has birthdays of all my this Wednesday. Shadow Chaos Master has a birthday on Wednesday. On Tuesday. And yeah. Birthdays. Well, fuck. Do we do it on a Monday? Oh, my face on here showing how I feel. Okay, here's the accurate stat. 60% of Americans read at least 1 book a year. I think I want to do the rage bait with the 90% though. 90% of Americans don't read books. And then I'll take the thing that you said as evidence of what the video will actually be about. Okay, there we go. All right, we're good. It was making me puzzle for the first time for me that day. Ooh, I hope it's yummy. What if I did... I'm trying to think. I don't want to do it on a Monday. I don't want to do it on a Monday. Everybody does stuff on Monday. Look it up. It's a yummy dish. Okay, bet. Whoa. Whoa. Ooh, this looks really yummy. I trust my sources as far as American sisters. Oh, yeah. It's apparently this. It looks really good. I feel like I've had this before. It looks familiar to me. Okay, hold on. Shit. Okay, wait. I gotta do a poll now, because I'm starting to think about what I want to do for my birthday, so... Milk beans. Sorry for so many ats. Today I got a question for the birthday bash day. Create poll. What day should we celebrate? Monday, March 23rd. The actual day. Or Friday, March 27th. Friday. 'Cause it's Friday. Pick another day. Ugh! My sister-in-law made that for her husband's birthday. It was so good. It looks really good. The soup looks really nice. Alright. Fuck me, bro. Cause like then we could do like a 12-hour thing is what I'm thinking. And we can't, but man, doing it on the Friday before would have been really good, but I don't wanna fuck with Miu's birthday. Cause like, hold on, I gotta think really quick. Calendar. Elena, I did a oope. What happened? What happened? It's okay. What happened? Okay, so if we stream, if we did, do I want to do a 12-hour stream though? No, I think I want to do a 10-hour stream. I got lucky to be blessed with a gifted Sicilian cook of a girlfriend, so I know she'll do. Oh, fuck yeah, man. I want to do. I went to scratch my face and just slap myself for some reason. Oh no, that's a silly. That's okay. It's okay. It happens. Also, I just really like that emote. Hold on, give me that emote. Give me this emote. I need this emote. I need this emote. I need to make one for myself. I'll admit it's funny, but come on. That's fair. It's okay. It's okay. It happens to all of us. Okay, I guess I will. This is a crying cat. Crying cat meme. Okay, I just need it. I want to make my own. Downloads. See. Good. Nice. 3 out of 8. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right. I'm trying to think. If it's a 10-hour stream, and I'll probably play the game and body for 2 hours, I think. So that leaves me 8 hours. That leaves me 8 hours. I want to play with you guys. I got kiwis. Fuck yeah. So that leaves me with 8 hours. If I may, want to know something, Kiwi? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Let me think. 8 hours. 8 hours left. Let's do. Oh, fuck. If it's on a Monday. Oh, I might be fucked if it's on a Monday. Maybe we'll do it the Friday. That Friday. What are you guys saying? That Friday? Okay. I might do it that Friday then. And then. Like a 3-hour collab. Which would leave us 2-hour SCP 5K. Because I want to end with that. And then let's do a 3-hour collab of something. Which would leave us with another 5 hours. For her, I chose a ring depicting a sunflower. And for me, she chose a... Oh, that's so cute. That's so sweet. I love it. Collab, SCP. We probably won't watch TikToks if it's on a Friday then. If we did an 8-hour stream though, which is kind of a full day, especially for a Friday. Well, we'd have Dragonlance the day before though. Dragon. No, we'd have Waterdeep the day after. Okay, that's fine. 3 hours, 2 hours. Ibuprofen more. Body hurts again. No! Can you take it more? Do you have time? Do you have time to? Is it the interval? Is the correct interval? If I did this 4 hours, 5 would leave me with 3 hours. I feel like if you do a Wednesday, you could do a birthday collab. Yeah, but it's like a birthday month kind of thing, so I think it'll be okay. Pick another day, you bitch. I know I put that there, but I didn't think you'd pick it. I can, but I'm in bed and the ibuprofen isn't. Oh, fair. I'm sorry. Does the... I want to do... What, a power wash? That's fair. Hopefully the pain doesn't get too bad, though. I'd have to buy Power Wash too. I don't really care because I want the Adventure Time pack. I think I'd clean the treehouse. I will stand my grounds on my votes. That's fair. I mean, I don't think I can tell who votes what. Power Wash Simulator. I don't know how long it'll take. That's my only problem. I'm gonna do like an hour of it or something. An hour. Then what else could we do? I don't know what else I'd want to do because that's 6 hours, so we'd have 2 hours to do something else. At least I don't work tomorrow. Ooh, that's fair. Yeah, then you can just hang out. Play more Silk Song. So right now we're at 6 hours, which leaves us 2 hours left. What would I want to do for 2 hours? Because I could do art, but I don't know if I want to do art on my birthday. Be a yap queen. The thing is I don't know if I'm that great at yapping. Like I can yap if I have people to yap too, but I feel like I'm not a very good yapper. I gotta fix this. Why face? Why face like this? What did I do? I don't know what hotkey I did. I've been yapping this whole time. I've been yapping and working though. Like I yap and I do something else while I yap, you know? Despair. Oh, damn. Like if I do something while I yap, that's one thing. But like if I'm just yapping by myself, it's kind of like Jackbox with chat. We could do Jackbox with chat. Do you guys want to do? Is better with recording your SCP for content. That is true. That is true. That I've been not a good yapper. I'm downright confuddled. I feel like that's because I'm doing something else, you know? And there are times where I lock in. I don't really do stuff. Let's do Maybe how about this? We'll do Power Wash Simulator for 2 hours. We'll do a collab for 2 hours. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, and then 2 hour we can do Jackbox games or something. Box or something. Yeah. Maybe something like that. I don't know with body and yapping. So it's not like you stop interacting while working. That's fair. Collab. I don't know what I want to do for the collab. And then Jackbox or something. When is this again? Like specific date? Probably the 27th. Probably the 27th. If I had to guess. Any co-op games that I want to play for my birthday? I could keep Kletka for that. Co-op. Co-op. And then you're that. Let's sort by user reviews. Yeah. Oh wait, I guess. Online co-op. Hide item. Yeah, hide items in my library, I guess. Boy train Lord. So quick question, because my ass forgets. How doth one gain a bean? What do you mean gain a bean? What doth mean? Like, you mean, like, have one that looks like you, or just redeem one so you can get a blind box? Or, like, stream avatar style, because with stream avatars, you just get one, and you can decorate it. The first one, get a bean that looks like you? I just kind of make them for fun. I don't really... I don't really have a thing. Oh, the Headliners game? I don't know. Some people say I should open commissions for them. Which I could do someday. Murky Divers. No, thank you. I want games like this. Online co-op. Yap Yap? Heard Yap Yap's pretty good. Repo's always my favorite. That's a problem. Repo's always been my favorite. And I can't... Bro, this is a good song. It is a good song. I was wondering if it was like a VIP reward because I've done that before with another streamer. That's fair. I could do that. I mean, currently, when you get a 9-month sub, I'll be drawing beans as fetuses because you're my sub baby. So that's like its own thing. Otherwise, stream avatars has a thing like, hold on, I can't launch it right now. But stream avatar has a thing where you can dress it up and you can ask me for hats and stuff, and I can make you hats if that would make you feel more like you. Yeah. Okay. I need to send this to myself so I don't forget. Copy. Lane brain. Paste this one. Okay. Alright. I gotta finish recording my scripties before I forget these. Alright. But yeah, I mean, if people like the idea of doing like a VIP thing, or like if you're a certain tier sub, you can have a custom one, I'd be willing to talk about it. I just did it because they were fun, you know? So I ended up with just using a plane for that extrusion. There wasn't a line. There wasn't a line for the car. Okay, that's fine. As long as you get there in the end, that's the important part. Honey has no expiration date. So why does mine say best by 2024? Who's lying to me? Stored properly, honey can last for years, even millenniums. There are 3 specific factors that occur when this yummy golden substance is created. Bees create glucose oxidase. Bees create glucose oxidase, which, when mixed with nectar, make honey a disinfectant. During this phase, honey also becomes acidic, reaching a pH of 4, which bacteria cannot develop in. The final big hitter that really helps longevity of honey is its water content. Through the entire process, honey loses over 60% of its water content. Still don't believe me? Well, in 1922, archaeologist Howard Carter discovered a 3,000-year-old sealed jar of honey. Bravely, he tasted it and found it was still edible. No, seriously, Google it. I think that was okay. Brain itches. What did I do last year? I'm trying to remember what I did last year for my birthday. This is 69 file. Is it? Oh, it's not. Lane doesn't know numbers. I don't know. It's 40. The video that's labeled 69 is the roll for fun video. Nice. 2 out of 8. Very good. Very good. I think maybe in the cards I should show what the hat is. That way you guys know what the hat is. I will do that in a minute. After I finish. Because once I'm done recording these videos, then I can just do whatever. Boop. Boop. Is this the good one? I think that lagged. Oh man. So I'm gonna do a whip his ass. Mom brought me in ibuprofen. Yippee! I forgot about the meme. Love that joke vid, yeah. It's a good one. Okey-dokey. That's good. Now I gotta re-record the beginning. Honey has no expiration date, so why does mine say best? Honey has no expiration date, so why does mine say best by 2024? Who's lying to me? Wait, I want to have the angry expression. Honey has no expiration date, so why does mine say best by 2024? Who's lying to me? Okay, hopefully that was okay. Best by date is not an expiration. Oh yeah, I know. It's for the right debate. Or my ass is hitting the hay. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Well, I hope you sleep well. Good night, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I need the volume and the speed. 105. BRB, no problem. 105. Good lord. 105. Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, wait, it's like this part. Okay, this one, this one, this one. Of course! Good night! Sleep well. Do compound clip boop. Apply. Clips. Oh no. Okay, if I hold on. Do what I say. One. Okay. So now if I hide this. Okay, so now if I create the new compound clip, create, and I take this and I apply this, and the rotation angle apply. Okay, this is gonna go up here. Link clips. Oh shit. Alright, there we go. And then that gets scooted. And then link clips, and then this goes here. And this, and then delete track, and then link clips. Nope, don't show the music beats, please. Link clips. Oh, maybe that's why that other video was like that. There we go. And then this guy goes here. And then save. And now that one's recorded, and that one's all good. Oh, I was kind of in the wrong position. Interesting. Okay. Kill your god, become worthy. Horror Pyland is a chilling idle. Horror Pyland is a chilling idle incremental dungeon crawl through the horrors of a forgotten underworld. Descend floor after floor of increasingly vicious creatures crawling back to the surface when the depths finally break you, only to gear up and go deeper. Horror Pyland's rich artwork and vivid description unravel the imagination, inviting you to peek into the recesses of every corner, calling back memories of classic PC games. If you're sleeping on indie horror games, wake up! This one is worth your time. Okie dokie. I'll save project as this one. I'm just gonna do it this way. This one, this one, this one. Oops. Sorry if you heard that. You probably didn't, though. Okay. Clip operations, replace. Nope, not that one. Roll for fun, this one, this one, this one. Okie dokie, save. And then clip operations, replace. Oh, not that. Replace this one. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god. And then F15. Link clips. 105. Okay, that was there. Do, 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 do. Okay, this is kind of a short video, but I think that's okay. I didn't mean for it to be, but that is alright. And see how shorter videos do. Oh, it's even shorter than that. Did I not download? I did. There it is. Save. And now we gotta do the last video, which is this one. And this one should be pretty easy. Okay. Are you scroll? Wait. Are you scrolling? I'm just kidding. If you're watching this video, then you're definitely scrolling at least a little bit. And if you're scrolling, then there's a chance that you're also in bed, not getting the sleep you deserve. You're likely falling asleep like this little kitty. But don't fight it. Don't fight it. Just give in to the eep like this little orange kitty. Look at how peace. But don't fight it. Just give in to the eep like this little orange kitty. Like, look at how at peace they are. I bet your eyes are getting heavy and you want to eep just like they are, right? If not, then we've got this duder here. We'll give you biscuits until you do fall asleep because it's important that you get rest. What's that? You're allergic to cats? Not while you're asleep, you aren't. Okay. No way I feel the holy. I finally finished up setting ESDE. It's basically an all-in-one emulator. Ooh, cool. Very cool. I hope that wasn't too hard to set up. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Link clips. Apply. I gotta make this audio 15. Do you know that if you recover about $100 or 7.5 pounds of scrap? Did you know if you could recover about 100? Did you know you could recover about? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a thing here. Right there. 1.85. Sorry, 1 second. This one. I thought I was being dumb and forgot to put the emulator. Ah, fair. I've only used one once. My former uncle would take bus knowledge from people and disassemble them, take whatever gold he found. That is very interesting. Boop. Alright, hold on. Sorry, I will look at chat in 1 second. I just want to finish the script really quick. Okie dokie. And then I want to replace. Alright. Recently I learned that some people recycle e-waste as a hobby and not just business, and it becomes a rabbit hole. Common valuable metals are copper, gold, silver, platinum, and palladium. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, yeah, it kind of sounds like a thing you do as a hobby. Or else it could be kind of draining to, like, try to find suppliers of that kind of scrap. Normally, I guess? I'm gonna flip this. Okay, I'm gonna flip that. Actually, no, keep it like that. And then place. this one here. And then clip operations replace this one. Okay, I have learned that they should have been the other way. Okie dokie. How some streamers are getting for cussing, but I got a streamer saying touch me, and this is is common too. It's like, I mean, saying touch me is like, I guess that kind of not the same as cursing, I guess. You flashback to ghost stories. Yes, am I the type of streamers I watch something? Hey, I mean, that's fair. Like, so, I mean, like, I just think like saying that versus like saying like, you know, certain curse words are different. Bold different. Okie dokie. And then sun kitten cats. Save. Okay. That's everything for that. Boop, boop. Alrighty. Completely accessory, you're still going strong. Yeah, it's like, it's just, it depends on how, like, subtle you are about it, you know? Like, yeah, your content could be that entirely, but if you're not, like, trying to shove it in other people's faces, I think, like, you're gonna be okay. If that makes sense. But, like, if you're being loud and proud about it, then it might be a bit different story, maybe? It could be innocent depending on content. It seems something like this. Button notifications on various websites. That's fair. There you go. Okie dokie. And I'll record the other scripts tomorrow. Actually, I could record. No, I'll record them tomorrow. Oh, right. I forgot it was Women's History Month. Do I want to play Minecraft now? Or do I want to do art? I think it also depends on your stream setting. The ones banned for dumb stuff are probably in the general audience, while others age gate their streams. That's true. That I feel like it is an overlooked subject on streams. Wrong one. Oh, and I'm clicking all the wrong things. Okay, hold on. I forgot I have to re-sign it. I don't have my phone. I leave it in the bathroom. My phone, no. Well, okay, well, I guess that eliminates that choice. Guess we're doing art then. Okay, I didn't want to exit Steam. I just want to close the thing that's like... Oh. Where's my phone? I thought I had my phone in here. Guess not. Oh well. Like, it's a super big wall, so I don't really need it right now anyway. Alrighty. What do I want to do now? Today is officially out of beta. This one's full release. Here's what's changed since you last downloaded. Modify caching without regenerating. Keep existing in and out points of the workflow text plus. Thank you. Importing SRT files. 4 times spelling correction. Paid version. Free version. Actually usable for. Okay, cool. Do I have that? I do have my iPad in here. So what I want to do, kind of. Crying cat meme. Kind of. I kind of want to make a crying cat. This one. I give you a clown nose and change a boop to honk. That would be kind of funny, huh? A little gif, a little squeeze in a clown nose. Okay, like this one. Can I find the original of this one? Just kind of want to make some meme emotes.
Open
Hello, Dixie. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you doing? Here's your right. Thank you. I need that. Hold on. I need that. No, go back. Oh shit! I gotta open chat over here. Welcome on in. How you guys doing? How was your stream? If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out with us. As I thank you for the wellness check and the check-in. Where is the where is it? Pizza. I'm about to go into some art. So if you're having the energy to hang out, I'll be doing some art. I'm referencing this little guy. And you get some food and maybe be horizontal, but I love you. No problem. Feel free to get rest. I hope you enjoy your resty desty. If you're new here, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow, and I do a bunch of silly, goofy things.
Hello, daddies. Hello, daddies.
Okay. Okay, Cana Flores. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. There's another email that I wanted to do. Oh, it's the one that Kiwi sent me. It's the Pepe think. Got a raid and run, but I'll see you around. No problem, Kiwi Lords. We'll have a wonderful night. Pepe think. I think it's Pepe Note. Pepe Note. That's this one. Copy image. Actually, yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna send that to myself too. Okay. 2 Kiwis. Count them up. Technically 3, because Kiwi Sagas is in the blind box this month. How you doing, Flame? Okay. Alrighty. I need a few things. You say errands, but BRB, no problem. We'll be here. Kiwi, but Kiwi is... What the hell? Kiwi. Kiwi wee wee. Kiwi woo 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 woo. I'm still doing okay. How's stream gone? Pretty good. We finished work. Welcome on in, Rusty. How you doing? How you doing? I have a supplements on my desk. 2 Kiwis is like half the population of New Zealand, I think. What about 3 though? Because I think I know 3. Kiwi Goblin Books, Kiwi Lord, and now Kiwi Sagas. I think there's one other Kiwi that I know as well. But I don't remember their username. Do I have the thingy open? I do not. What's this one? Damn, you know all of them, New Zealand. All of New Zealand. I do, don't I? Oh my god, thank you for the 10 1 sub for 3 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Captain. There we go. Oh, I didn't send that to myself. Whoops. There you go. Alright, I need this, and then I need my references. Got raided. We raided a New Zealand goblin. Is that the Kiwi that I'm thinking of? I'm thinking there was another Kiwi that I raided. Maybe it wasn't that one. Alright, there we go. Alright. So many Kiwis. I wasn't prepared for this many birds, fruit, people. More Kiwis, they are yummy. They are yummy. Do you know that you can eat the skin off a Kiwi? And it's like very fibrous and you're technically supposed to? Do you know that? I wonder they're from Blue. Alright, go on Procreate. I was practicing making emotes. I was practicing my style for emotes, and I think I've gotten pretty good at it. Like this shocked one I think is pretty good. So I think I'm getting kind of better at these. I knew that, but I cannot. I'm allergic. You're allergic to kiwi skin? Hello, Mr. Mudkip. Alright, hold on. I gotta hide my screen really quick, because I gotta... Actually, no, it doesn't matter, I think. Some kiwis, there are special skins. There are species. Oh, yeah, I just mean like normal kiwis, I guess. I've never had one. They're pretty good. I like golden kiwis a lot. Save. I want to try to do the note-taking one first. Gallery. All right, you guys are gonna learn the new way that I've learned that I'm gonna have to do these because Elaine learned she draws too big and then I get too focused on not the right things. Import. Sort of photo. This one. There we go. Yeah, that's actually the perfect size. Let me lower the opacity. Lock, add, pencil. It is, isn't it? I'm not super allergic, but it does make you feel super itchy. That's right. I remember when I was younger, there was this one time. Actually, I am going to do this. Where is it? I have a little reference guy and I want him. I should make an emo base file, actually. That would actually be super helpful. That's not really the point right now. I had a friend that were like, that we went out to go to like an all-you-could-eat restaurant one time. And she ate some pineapple. And all of a sudden she's like, man, I feel a little weird. I'm like, yeah, what's wrong? What's the matter? I don't know. It's just I feel super itchy. Like after, I don't know. I just feel super itchy after eating pineapple. Like, I don't think I'm like allergic or anything like that, but I'm like super itchy. And then she had to go to the hospital. I think of Omi Kiwi. There's a new smaller VTuber I've sent you. Maybe? I can test this if I follow them. No, I don't think so then. I like they're starting soon. They're starting soon. Sick. I like this. The background's a little bit of a lot, but I like the front. Apple makes my gum itch a little bit. Interesting. It's okay. I can also be known as K Goblin. Ooh. K Goblin. Okay. Alright, let's see how good I can draw this. Imagine having allergies. On God. Low-key on God. I'm kidding, of course, but I like this. And then I think actually instead of referencing this the way that I would, I need to put this guy over here and walk him that way. And then my dad and brother can't eat raw peaches and other stone fruits because the pollen on. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, if you have a pollen allergy. Stone fruit, it's like the pit of it. Like that. Duplicate. And then like, actually, they need to be bigger. Like that. I think that's fine. Are you gonna smush the head from all the thinking? Maybe? I don't know just yet. Unlock. I'm just kind of sussing it out right now because I don't know what my art style is for these yet. Like, I don't know if you saw earlier, but I think it was like last weekend or something. I was so upset that I was like, that I didn't have an art style really for emotes. And so I practiced for like 3 hours just trying to find something that would like fit right in my brain. So this is what I ended up doing. Smile. Thank you for the check-in. No, thank you for the bonk. But it's okay. But yeah, so, you know, a little scared going into it, but nothing a little practice won't make perfect, you know? Fruit with pits are stone fruit, I think. Yes, I think so. like an ear here, I think. Or I guess the ear could go a little bit more back. And then up, and then you might do like a bigger, maybe? I don't really know. Because I feel like the eye should be like here, you know? Oops. Should be like a circle. Circle this one. Ooh, that one's so sparkly. I love that one. Yep. Although cherries are different biologically. Oh. Because they're berries, right? They're not technically fruit. They're berries. Wait, is this on the same layer as the glasses? It is not. I want to see if I make the glasses smaller. That's funnier. No, I like them being big. Maybe not. Maybe like a more like an empty expression, maybe? A different color. Definitely want the paper to be like big paper. And then like that, like this. I don't think. Maybe no thumb instead. Do you know a banana is a berry and a strawberry is not? I knew strawberries aren't berries, but what do you mean that a banana is a berry? So fruit naming scheme is a fucking nightmare that I've given up. Oh god. Delicious, maybe red, but I don't know about delicious. I do like cosmic fruit. That's pretty cosmic delicious, you know. I don't want a mouth to do. Cucumber is also a berry? What is the definition of berry at this point? Interesting. I really like this one, the snotty emo. I might want to make one of those too. And Honeycrisp, yum. Your food tag. Freedom. Yippee. That's actually a marketing from the Great Depression. Very interesting. Let's see. Like this, maybe? Can I get a pay on my current content plan? Yeah, I got you. Hit me up. What's up? Oh, wait, I think I know how I kind of want to do this. Like this. Right, one I go in this way, one I go in this way. Okay, wait, we have that as an idea. Or we do like... Hmm. Gould told me that apples are very heterozygous, meaning that if you plant a seed from one type of apple, the resulting tree could be completely different. This is true. It's most likely going to be... Actually, I know... Pixels and I were actually talking about this earlier today. This is because the seed that comes from a tree, it usually comes from whatever its, like, parent thing is. So it's more likely that if you plant the seed of an apple, you're going to get a crab apple tree. Which isn't very tasty, because how fruit-bearing tree-bearing fruit plants work is that you take a good base and then you graft onto it whatever the fruit is that you want. That's a lot of typing. That is a lot of typing for mobile. Fun fact, you know how people say tomatoes are fruit? They're right. But if they say that tomatoes aren't vegetables, they're wrong. This is because farmers and biologists have two different definitions. This is true! I think I make a video on this. I think I made a video on that, actually. Crab apple jam. Crab apple jam. Bapple. They didn't make a video on that? We've had a conversation about it before. That, like, tomatoes are... Because the classifications are different. Peppers are fruits. We did that with peppers. Because peppers, same. Peppers by, I think, scientists are fruits, but by botanists are vegetables. I'm back. What's up? Welcome in. I'm just making an emote. I'm just making emotes. And I'm trying to decide how I want to do them. Would a crab apple be a grapple? A crapple? A crapple? Crapple? Probably, technically. Did I miss your content plan? I think they're still typing it out. Fuck. Lane's fucked up. Hold on, let me look at my sip emote. Tell me your content plan, Kiwi. No time to type. All now or nothing. Okay, and then this. I'm gonna make a whole ass new sip emote for the 50th time. Because I fucked myself and I want to try another emote style. And I'm gonna scream. Plates avocados? I love avocados. I ate avocado toast this morning. I love avocado. Did I miss something about avocados? Fun fact, the most common avocado, avocado was created by Rudolf Hass, who was a mailman who liked avocados so much he kept planting them so they made better avocados. I did not know that. Wi-Fi so bad, my stream just stopped. I'm sorry. Free Shavaka, dude. Have you guys seen Cuban avocados? Cuban avocado. Apparently, like, Cuban avocados are, like, giant. Yeah, look at them. A Cuban avocado looks... Oh, shit. Hold on, sorry. I'm in, like, the way. A Cuban avocado is this big. And then this is our American avocados. Yeah, see? Yeah, Cuban avocados are giant, man. I want them. I want to eat one. That's the right amount of avocado. Look, this guy is selling it for $5. $5. I want Cuban avocado. They're so big. Alrighty. Okay, so... Does the reference I have also have a sippy mode or no? Got it. Okay. The stone is the size of a regular avocado. Fixed it for now. Yippee! Give me now. Go ask a a Cuban. If you see a fully grown fruit-bearing avocado tree in the public part of an apartment complex, could you harvest them? That depends on the owner of the complex, because the landlord might not let you. Okay, wait, hold on. I've missed things. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I've restructured my Patreon, and I got a plan to get 10 chapters ahead on 4 stories before I start publicly posting them. I can average writing 8 chapters a day, then I'll post 5 chapters a week for each story, and a week later, I'll upload audio versions of these. Yeah, so exactly what Happy says. As long as you're pacing yourself, and this is a lenient plan, especially when you start out, you gotta, like, I started out with, like, 3 videos a week, I think. And then I went to 5 videos a week, you know, after a few months. So you gotta kind of pace yourself. Start with less and then work up to the ideal amount, you know? And the legality is finishing. Yeah, that's what I think. With permission of the complex, depending on the city laws. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, my ear hurts. Because having the right IM and kind of hurts me sometimes. I've got to get this whole goddamn thing out again. Sing along, a little fucking attitude. It's me. I like the 3. So if I did like a like this, maybe. Do not alert them that I am dead. No. My ear itches. Boop, boop. You sing along. Fuck it loud to a happy song. Oh my god, I think I've been drawing so many things wrong. Did I draw my sketch wrong? I did, fuck. Well, that's why we practice. So I know. Breaking news, Naomi takes selfies with dead Elaine bodies more at 6. No! Did Naomi kill me? Yeah, I plan to have a backlog. I can comfortably write 56 chapters in a week while posting 20. Okay, but here's the other thing. No, don't eat me. If you get a full-time job, or if you get that job, right, that you're hoping to get with that bookstore, will you be able to keep that content plan? I think you should, if you can, then definitely go with that. If you can't, then I think that's where you should look at, like, starting, I think. Of, like, making sure you can be consistent with that schedule. Back the Whoa, ready! Lucky. Lucky ducky. Distort. Okay, there we go. Mine are gift subs. Fair. IT spirit. Let's hear it. Let's read my IT spirit. Let's hear it. What's an IM? In-ear monitor. It's essentially that earbud. Fuck. Lane kind of likes this. Duplicate, hold on. We've seen hearts beating faster, faster. Little boys and Harlequin girls dance at the speed and hold on the cross. Fuck. That's with 8 hours of writing at my current pace, which is kind of slow. I could split that into morning and evening session without affecting my sleep or family schedule. Okay, but what about a work schedule, Kiwi? What about a work schedule? And what about, you also have to consider, like, what about your, like, taking sickness in considering this, including work? Okay. As long as you promise me that you're including all that stuff, then yeah, I think go gung ho. I'm screaming. Dance to this beat, dance to this beat, dance to this beat. Sorry. Telling me I can make my hearing even worse since I love listening to music on full blast. I mean, you don't have to put on full blast. I think the thing I've learned with IEMs is that you don't have to have your music as loud to get as much sound. Or that's just the ones I have, and that's how they are for me. And I realized I did this wrong because it's facing the wrong way. I like it when my emotes face the other way. God damn it. Sauce around boys and Harlequin girls. Dance at the speed and hold on across. Boys and Harlequin girls. Dance to this beat. I think the Wi-Fi would be for sickness. I say do it, Kiwi. So you get a small amp, maybe but with Eagle and some heavy bass cans, and then you can blast like. This is true. All of these are possible. I will die. I fucked up, chat. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Let me sketch this out a little bit cleaner. So when I start working, we'll be recording the video versions. You gotta account for that stuff. Account for it. I think not so much account for it, just make sure that you have a schedule that you can be consistent with. You know? It's like, it doesn't matter if you get 1 video out a week or 3 or 5, as long as you're consistent with it. That's the important part at the beginning. I'm living a nightmare. I will survive. I will survive. I will not die. I'm here for you. I don't want to sketch in this color. Just give me black. If you buzz too loud for too long, you'll permanently lose more hearing and have to turn it up even louder. Fuck yeah! But even if I go from writing 7 days a week to 5, I'll still be writing twice as much as I'm publishing. Hey, that works. Powerful thought, and I need to express it in a manic fashion. Give me. I'm here. Please make sure to keep the time you listen to extra loud stuff shorter to avoid as much hearing. Extra loud stuff shorter to avoid. Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, that should be the main takeaway. I don't think I want to do that just yet. It's Wizard Times. Fireball. I don't know what that other word is, and I'm afraid to say it and get in trouble. Gotta get a different color now. So fake. You can be silly and wear earplugs and then an over-ear earbuds over that and then blast it. True. Get double the noise. That's not what I wanted. I did not want animation assist. I want page assist. Nope, I want drawing guide. There you go. Except I'm dumb and I turned it off again. Okay. I believe they're saying motherfucker, my liege. Ah, I see. Okay, no, we're putting it off. I'm gonna hit today. I believe in you. I believe in you, Kiwi. Usually wear earplugs when blasting my speakers. That's good. That's good. You go have hearing for a long time. Elaine's brain is dying. Master tapes. I don't know how to draw juice. What if it was like a big juice, though? I think it'd be kind of funny if it was like a big juice. Maybe we face down a little bit. Oh, not like that. We don't. I'll be there. I gotta figure out lunch. No problem. Have a good lunch. Big juicer box. Oh, wait, no, I see why I did that there. Okay, now that makes sense. Let me do it bigger. Like here, maybe? I want to go to raves so bad. My favorite thing at raves is when the bass so loud you can feel the air feel thick to breathe. Yeah, I've always seen those videos. I think that's pretty cool. I think of that squirrel puppet dancing to that song. Oh God, I do too. So I just think this is a good song overall. That's why I like listening to it. I did that angle wrong. Should be like that. Hmm. However, it's loud. Earplugs don't take away from it. You can still hear plenty, and then don't get your pain. But sugar, bring a good friend. Yes, bring good friend. Bring friend. Don't go alone. It is dangerous. I'm 21. I live in the heart of techno, so I'll be at so many shows. Yeah, but you gotta promise to bring a friend. I want you to be worrying about you. How do I make it shiny though? About that. I don't like that. What about putting the highlight on the other side? Hey, yo, Fruit Bat, welcome on in. I like the ratios are wrong. Okay, new pencil. We're gonna make it go down. We're gonna go this all the way up. Yeah. Are those your GPS light up necklace that give you? Yeah, I do like this. Forgot today was Monday. That's okay. It's okay. Monday busy day. Bottled water shoved in your pants. Wait, 18 plus shows are weird because most venues have bars. Shove that water bottle down the pants. Okay. So. Oh, Emily doesn't know what she's doing, chat. My brain might be too cooked. I don't know. Return. All this lifted up my senses. Oh. What a lucky lad. Elaine doesn't know what she wants to do. Elaine is confused. The eye's bigger, maybe? Could also do it like this. They're bigger. Make it bigger, less opacity. This is what my brain feels like right now on God. My waist is shrinking. Thank you for the song request, by the way. If you bring handmade bracelets, Starburst, Gumtree, you can trade them at raves. Yeah, that also happens at the Ren Fair as well. Song's fucking goated. I do like this song. I kind of like this. I love Ren Fairs. We all love Ren Fairs. Feeling like Jack in Pirates 2. Oh, what he Jack does not know what he wants. What? So many pins I don't use. Think ravers would like that. Yeah. This eye needs to go here. And then we bring it down and around. I gotta bring this down. Makeup. Morning set in motion. The emotion. Let's just give me this one. Maybe not. Maybe I lied. See the person you meet. It's gone by so uniformly. Fuck yeah, 3 out of 8. Has Kiwi Saga seen her bean or Harrowwick? I have showed Kiwi Saga their bean, and they liked it a lot. I have not shown Harrowwick, though, yet. I also have not shown Riot, so. I'm just lazy when it comes to that stuff. I need to show it to them, though. Much more version of trading SIGs in person. Exactly. Okay, now my brain's gonna go nuts because I feel like I've done this wrong again. Copy and paste. The days go by so quick on me. Oops, flip horizontal. People used to do a special handset. Oh, I remember Plur. I'd like to make a friend who actually has experience with Ray, so I'm a little less confused. That's fair. That could be the good friend that goes with you, is someone that has experience. Decision, that's all I know. Is it state though? It is. Something real at all. Yes, I know what I am. I don't know what I'm doing, chat. I like this one a lot. I like this look a lot. But I also like the one that we have here. And now I'm like conflicted on what art style I want. Coughing hurts. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, coughing hurts. Alright. Turn it off and just keep sketching, I guess. I have a bad good habit of committing to things because, like, what's the worst that can happen? Break a bone, done that. Get brain damage, done to embarrass myself, do that often. Hey, I think being brave about trying new things is never a bad thing, you know? At least that's how I feel about it. You're like, at least that's how I think about it, I guess, is that I think you're being brave about things that can be very scary. You're not gonna let anything stop you from living your life, and that's important to me. It's good value to have. But no longer afraid of that embarrassment. Same. Yeah, I'm afraid to break a bone, but I'm not afraid to embarrass myself sometimes. I think I did that the wrong way. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, chat. I don't know what I want to do. So many different art styles that I like. Bones don't hurt too much. It just takes 5 ever to heal. That's fair. I think it's just gotta be like right, it'd have to be like this, I think. It hurts worse than a deep wound, the adrenaline you got. Because of the adrenaline you get, you mean? Have you ever been there after taking anxiety meds? Secondhand embarrassment, however, fair. That's fair. Yes, I've also ripped my hand open. Yikes! That sounds painful. Alright, Elena's wondering if she likes this better. The angle is different. I can't compare them. Fuck. Take this guy. And then bring this back in. Was rock climbing 3 days later with stitches. Damn! Look at you, brave. You being brave. I would lay in bed for a month and be like, I'm sad. Do I want to do noses on emotes? I don't know. I think I do. I think I don't. I think I do. No, I was gonna let that mess with my vacation. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. Oops. I don't know how I feel about any of this. Okay. I don't think this was bad though. Speaking of the brain, I got brain damage. Damn, same vacation or different vacation? Hyper realistic nose. I don't think I can draw like this is as much as I can do, I think. Or like there. I think that looks silly though. Small boy. I know that emote. That emote is this emote. Look, it's right here. In the small world we live in. I think I like that. There you go. Different. I was 17 when I ripped my hand open, and that was right before the vacation. Like, I was still covered in bruises and brain damage. I was like 2. Oh, I don't think I got brain damage, but it probably didn't help. When I was like 5, I like hit my head on a Walmart shopping cart, and I dented the shopping cart as a 5-year-old. Welcome back. I got a friend who got a concussion as a child. I called him Alma Boy because he cracked his head. Jesus, Moon. Jesus. That poor fella. I see what's happening. I see what's happening here. Face to face with greatness, and it's strange. He's fine. Blinks in doubt. 50-50. You motherfuckers, really? God damn it. I broke my arm on a vacation as well. Wow. I mean, look, at least you're like living it up on vacation, it seems. Stop going on vacation? Nah. We had a kid in my class who got a baseball bat to the teeth. Yikes! Ow! That does not sound great. I'm gonna be honest with you. Chat, I'm gonna need your utmost honest opinion in a second, okay? It's gonna be about the style of emote. Because there's so many styles of emote, Elaine can't pick one, so you're gonna have to help me pick one. No matter what, the coloring and likely the shading will always be the same. But everything else with it will probably change. And I don't know what I want to do. And yeah. Yes, sir. You're munching in my office. All right, do we want this one? Oh, fuck, I need the ears too. Hold on. Okay. The ears, like everything's gonna stay the same, just it's like the face. It's the face, really. Okay. Do we want that? It's hard, I feel like, to do side by side because it's one's finished and one's not. But to illustrate how big bagged I am, I once broke my tooth eating corned beef stew. Damn, this is my hard corned beef stew. I like it, but which one do you like more, left or right? Sorry. I like it's hard to exemplify because one of them's not done, but left, okay. Feels more silly, fair. Cause like, I saw this person's emotes. Sorry, I don't remember their name, but I really liked how they did theirs. How it's like a simple eye. I really like that. I am eating chicken macaroni and cheese. That's kind of what I'm eating. I have the bigger straw on the left, but I like the big eyes on the right. I know the big eyes are so. I can make the eyes bigger on this one. Oops. I don't know if this will look good, but just leave it like that. Just leave it half big. I do like bigger eyes. Oh, that's kind of cute. What about that? Let me zoom out a little bit. We'll zoom out of this one so like side by side. Big but simplified eyes. You have to say something atrocious in chat. You want me to like? Okay, cool. So I really like the 3-peat hand. My hometown, damn. Still, that's like damn. But you know, I think it's better to break a bone when you're young, and then you're not afraid of it. Cause like I'm afraid.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Cool. Yeah, I like the hands on the left. Yeah, I like little Pete hands. Little Pete hands are my favorite. I ran into a wall, and another time went down Dead Man's Hill backwards and hit a Jesus Christ, vexed. I do not fear the pain anymore. That's fair. I mean, yeah, you one-up me on that one. If we were on Fear Factor, you'd one-up me on that one for sure. This Pete. It reminds me of Uber Hacks or Nova emotes. Hold on. I don't know if they're here. I have to look up the full name. Uber Hacks or Nova emotes. Can I look at all of them? I can't count how many times I've fallen on skates. Like roller skates or like ice skates? Yeah, like his fucking this one. This one is of his dog Ein. Really no clue, but it's like in the damn roller skates fair. I've always wanted to be good at roller skates or like what are they called? Heelys. Heelys. I always wanted to be good at Heelys. I'm gonna shout, but that wasn't my fault. My cousin wouldn't let me back on the boat. I probably would have been fine. Damn. Cousin, now you're trying to drown you. Oh, they don't have the flex one. They have one for Ein that's like him like flexing his arm, and I like that one a lot. My cousin once broke his thumb by falling out of a tree and landing on a metal bat. Funniest part to me is that he wasn't sure. I took him a few minutes. That's crazy. I mean, the shock factor, huh? Really? Actually happy? That's crazy. Excuse me, really? Never broke any fingers, surprisingly. I feel like chefs don't normally. I want to look at like Uber Hacks or Nova's emotes, but it won't let me. It just upsets me. Damn. I've lost a fingertip though. That's fair. I feel like breaking your hand versus cutting your hand is like, it's more likely that you cut your hand if you're a chef. I used to rock the velvet suit and rhinestones. That's amazing. That's so cool, Happy. Vex is a legend. I'm opening Minecraft, but I'm gonna play it later. I want to work on my house, I think. I need to work on the farm. Farm's kind of weak right now. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. I'm gonna eat my dinner and then I'll probably get up further than that. Probably it was just like the tip. You know, like when you cut the tip of your thumb off. I think it's mostly normal. That's good. I've cut my thumb before pretty bad with a bread knife. That shit fucking is spooky. Just the tip? Just the tip. Hold on. I cut my thumb, but it was like on the side of my nail. Like, it was like right here that I cut my thumb. My thumb does not look like this, but I cut my thumb like right here. Hands and face beat a lot. Yeah, because there's a lot of like nerve endings, right? Oh. I love mac and cheese. I did it. Did you get to the nail? The nail is what stopped it, I think. Like, it was like a little bit on the nail, but like, I think I was okay. Same. Oops, sorry. Was it on your left or right hand? I want to know for twinsing. Mac and cheese is great. Mac and cheese is great. I know I can't stop eating it. I have to eat it before I do anything else. Yikes, yeah, that's true. 2 minutes. I don't super remember. I was 12. Oh, that's fair. Mine's on my left thumb. I'll play Minecraft. Yeah, getting a paper cut in the webbing of your hands or your toes sounds like it would suck doggy balls. And close things. Suck. I love putting excessive hot sauce on. I do too! I'm not doing it right now because I haven't had mac and cheese in a while. And the chicken was nicely seasoned, but I do too. You've stepped. Oh my god. You have a tetanus shot? Nail on my damn sock. That reminds me of in the movie, the one where they have to like stay quiet and stuff. The lady stepping on the nail when she's pregnant. Brake line cut. Oh, Jesus. Chili mac or mac and cheddar. Adding canned corn. I don't think I've had canned corn in my chicken. It might not my chicken and my mac and cheese before. I get every shot. Same. Shots make me feel like poop after a lot of the times, but I'm here for it. I think I'm actually due for another shot soon, but I don't want to go to the doctor. I'm lazy. Hell yeah. Very cut, easy to hear. Hurt like hell though and lots of blood. That's fair. That's because of the nerve endings. Fun fact, Elaine actually doesn't know how to ride a bike. Bikes are a mystery to me. I rode a bike once, fell off. My mom was upset about it, and I never rode a bike again after that. Bex, you could be like that chef from Ratatouille that's like, I've killed a man with my left thumb. Alright. My face, but bike is falling apart. Oh no. Yeah, you should. It's easy, just like riding a bike. I'm sure it's easy like riding a bike. Riding a bike is. No time it was made by how small the wound was considering the blood. No, that's fair. Like you could get the like a millimeter cut on a little like part of your vein, and then that shit will be gushing. Girl, I do not look intimidating. But that's like, but you could be like cute intimidating, you know? Like, tee-hee, I'll rip your guts out, and then you could look like a squirrel, you know? I think that's more terrifying when you don't look threatening, but you are threatening, you know? I just realized my burn scar is gone. I like that one. That's how I feel about the one. I have a burn scar on my like right wrist from when I was younger, and it's like fading, and I'm like, damn. I also had a burn scar because my dad's friend, our family friend, my uncle, he put a cigarette on my cheek one time, and I kind of like that scar. I feel like it added a bit of personality into my face, but it's gone now because I got it when I was like 4. I can unicycle. That's like biking, but you can unicycle? That's fucking. Where do you have these talents from? Why do you do that? I don't remember. The only thing I remember from that day was there was a gecko on the wall. I tried to grab the gecko. Its tail fell off. And then I think it was an accident. I'm sure. He's a really sweet guy. I don't think it was on purpose. But then I just remember that same day my mom being like, "No, yeah, your uncle accidentally touched your cheek with a cigarette." And then but I was fine. Like I was more upset that the lizard lost its tail than I was that I had a new burn mark on my face, you know? I tried my bike once without training wheels, fell, gave up completely, tried again at 14, picked it up completely naturally. My balance is significantly better now because of how much I climb. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, thank you for the head pat. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It was just like on my cheek. Like, hold on. Face. Oh, Jesus Christ. Face chart, I guess. Yeah, okay, it's not like one. Yeah, no. It was like, but the thing is, it was like right here. I think it was because it was kind of like a mole, but it was kind of cute. I liked it. I think it's gone though now. Like, let me see if I can find it. My only bad burn was just from a second degree on my arm from bumping on a pizza oven. Fair. My cousin accidentally got my arm with a cigarette. Was barely there a second, so it didn't leave a scar. That's fair. Oh no, I see it. No, actually, no, I see it. It's just it's skin toned. But no, there's like a circle. There's just a little circle on my face. Wow, that's like much more visible than I thought it was. It's like the color of my skin. Well, also like a little bit dark. Oh, I didn't know it was still there. I learned to ride a bike like way older than a lot of kids, so it's not out of the question. You can still learn. Oh, sure. However, give me a sec. I will give you a sec. I will give you a sec. And then I gotta go take a shower. And then it's Elaine's shower time. Because Elaine is stinky. And Elaine has therapy tomorrow. Wait, no, my brush is still there. It's almost faded, though. Yeah. I don't know how mine's not gone. It's just, like, kind of barely there, though. But it's, like... I don't know if it'll go away, because it's, like, a divot on my skin. It looks like a divot on my skin. I don't know if that'll ever go away, now that I'm looking at it. I burned the hair off my knuckles trying to juggle... What do you mean you were trying to juggle fireballs made out of lighter fluid and soak cotton? What do you mean? What do you mean that you did this? How did you get... Why? I was got one of my left ribs when I ate shit as a kid and got wound infected. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't have... Like, I have a few scars. Like, I have one on my ankle from my aunt's cat, who didn't really like me. And then I have one on my elbow from when I was in elementary school and they took us to an ice skating rink. But at least I didn't eat shit like one girl. She lost a tooth. Like, this one girl, she lost a whole damn tooth. I just got a cut, like a kind of bad cut that left a scar. I got one on my left wrist when listen, I got nothing. You know what? You're brave. You know what? Like, listen, even if it's like, I don't know why the fuck you would do that, I would, you're at least braver than me, you know? Sometimes for multiple dumb ideas. Younger me would have loved that. I'll be real with you. Because, you know, black hair shows up more than, like, blonde hair on, like, your body. Younger me would have loved doing that. I think if I would have thought that, I think I would have done that. During high school, I saw what I thought was a soft mat during a wrestling room. Turned out very hard. Ran, jumped on it, gave myself a friction. Yikes! Left a bruise that turned into a very skin-colored scar. Ow. Friction burns are the worst. Because it's like, it's not like a burn of like instantaneous heat. It's like a slow burn, I feel like. And also I have scars all over my knees because I had a childhood. That's how it needs to be. That's how it needs to be. That's how it should be. if you don't got a couple scars, like, are you living life, you know? I'm sure I have more. I have a scar, maybe on my lip, from when my dog bit me. I think I have one on my nose. Yeah, I saw the one on my nose from my dog. I don't know if I have the one on my lip from my dog. I think I do. I think I see, but I don't know. Treasure proof that you're a human for real, for real. Mm-hmm. Perfect skin is not a beauty standard. It's not a good beauty standard, in my opinion. Alright. I love you guys a lot. Is Kiwi singing songs? I love you guys a lot. And thank you for chatting with me. That was really fun. I need to go take a shower, though. Funny thing to me, it's the only room where the floor and walls are padded. I heard myself inaugurately the safest room. That's how they get you. You turn, you put your guard down, and then you're like, yeah, it's gonna be fine, and then it's not. That's how it goes. That's always how you put, when you put your guard down is when it happens. I got a tiny one that looks like a miniature monster logo on my left knee from inner tubing down in the river. Scar looks cool, though. Hey, all scars look cool. Scars are awesome. Scars are awesome, in my opinion. Also, real quick, I got you. I got you. I'll be here. Rest up, thank you. I'm just gonna grab a shower and then probably pass the fuck out because I just ate a bunch of mac and cheese. And now my belly's very happy. So. But thank you guys. I can do my spiel while Moon is typing. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it a lot. Tomorrow I'll be back. Same stuff, different day. But I hope you will be there to join me again. My biggest scars are from my elbow surgery when they had added 3 screws and when I ripped my hand open. You had 3. Do you have 3 or had 3 screws? Why do you put screws in your elbow? What did you do to your elbow? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How am I supposed to leave when you guys are saying all these interesting stories? I don't know if I can leave. They're still there? Wow. That's crazy. I shattered that hoe. Oh, that makes sense. Was wrestling with my dad as a kid. He hit me in the forehead with his watch on. If you look, like, you can see the dent in my skin. That reminds me of my friend that has Actually, Pixels also has this. Pixel has a scar on his forehead from when he hit his head on a glass table. And my friend had also another forehead scar from when her sister, I think, like, accidentally stabbed her with, like, a fork. So she had that on her forehead. So that's fun. Don't we love getting into silly circumstances and getting hurt? I'll hear your stories about their childhood and adventures. On God, it's my favorite. And if you guys can think of any more tomorrow, feel free to let me know. But for now, I'm gonna go get a shower before the sweat builds up so much I'm more sweat than I am body. I have a skin dented, but everything below confuses me. That's fair. But I love you guys so much, and thank you guys again for hanging out with me. I'm gonna go take a shower. It was lovely chatting with you guys, and I hope you'll be here tomorrow. So if you think of any more stories, I'd love to hear them. Get clean, I will. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did. That way he knows where you came from. But other than that, I hope you guys have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. I love you! Good night. Sweat on Pixels, I will. Don't worry, I will.